Well, we remember that the Bible, one of my favorite books, is a prosperity gospel. And if you're new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button, the like button, share because you care, and comment below as we talk about manifesting the abundant life. I am streaming both on YouTube as well as TikTok, as I will utilize the Bible regarding manifestation. Is it necessary? No, but it is our blueprint. It is what most of us are connected to. This Helios Biblios, the book of light, the sun book, astrological book, psychological book, Vedic instruction. It's all of those things. It is heavenly male centered, although it is about not only the masculine, but as well as the feminine. The two become one. When they unite as one, they produce what? An experience, an idea. It becomes flesh. So the Bible is telling us how to use our mind to create the reality we would like to experience. That our thoughts are literally things. Because you could just go to Proverbs and it tells you, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. Heart is representative of your mind, those things you deeply, sincerely care about, whether, regardless of which way the passion is from. If the passion is from anger, jealousy, or want, desire, it doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is what you give your attention to. That is what's going to create your reality. We are here to master our mind. We are here to till our garden, to keep it and to dress it, to guard it with all diligence, because out of it flows the issues of life. Hey, Arya, how are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good afternoon, grand afternoon. So as we remember that it's our thoughts that are creative. What we think about, we bring about. We should care what we give our attention to. What direction are we feeding into? What mindset, what belief systems do you hold that no longer serves you? That is what the Bible is telling you. That all is mind, all is imagination, and all is your mind, all is your imagination. Now we have the collective consciousness, which the Christ warns against. Be in the world, but what? Don't be of the world. You can't think like the world because the world is based in fear. And you can if you want to, but it doesn't serve you to your highest good when you operate from that mindset. Because Paul tells you, you weren't given a spirit of fear. You were given a spirit of power, love, and a sound mind. And so that mind is not to be used to argue this truth. It's to share it, to live it, to be an example of it. Right? So those who aren't ready to receive it, let them be on their way. Let them go their way in peace. We're not here to beat people over the head with this knowledge, with this truth, with this knowing. Let your light so shine that when men see your good works, they will glorify the God that's in heaven. Because where's the God? Where's heaven? In your own mind, your own consciousness. That's where heaven is. So people will ask you, how you stay so happy? How you manifest that? Where you come from? How you get that? What you doing? Teach me your ways. They will be in awe and want to know how are you different? Why are you different? You just simply say, because I choose to be. I decided to change the way I think. I stopped operating in fear and negativity and doubt and limitation and worry. Well, it's their choice, right? It's not necessary, like I said. The only thing that's necessary is for you to decide what you want in life and then remain faithful to it, right? Some people choose to use the Quran. Some people choose to use the Torah. Some people choose to use the Bhagavad Gita, the Vedas, right? The Sea Scrolls, the Emerald Tablets, the Kabbalion, the America. Some people use self-help books. People use all kind of things. Astrology, right? All of it's mind. All of it's about you. Yeah, so everybody has their own path. Whatever leads you to your happiness and joy. That's all that matters. Whatever leads you to your abundant life. Yeah. I just now, because I used to be a Christian and now I understand what the Bible says, I like the Bible. And those who have written regarding the Bible, those who teach the Bible, right? Because here over here in the West, that's what most of us are used to. We're used to that instruction. Many of us were instructed through Christianity. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? Welcome, Richard. Sleppy, how are you? And so if you're near here, make sure you hit that new here, hit that like button, that subscribe button, and share because you care. On TikTok, which I'm streaming as well, at Prosperous Living with _T. Make sure you hit the screen, double tap the screen, 10K the easy way. Let's get up those likes, share the live, hit the follow button, grab your heart me's, all of that good stuff as we discuss the abundant life. That's what the Bible is all about, the abundant life. Living prosperously on earth, in your world, right? Because everyone doesn't share the same world. Because not everyone is sharing the same thoughts. That's how we're not all living in the same world. Now, we may be sharing the same earth, but we're not all living in the same world. So those are different. Your world is your mind. Your earth is this plane of existence, and it's also your body, depending on how you're teaching and what you're instructing about or what you're talking about or sharing about, right? So when the Bible talks about heaven and earth, it's talking about your heavenly state of mind, and then your earth is the expression of that heavenly state of mind. Right? And so Psalms reminds you, you're to prosper in all that you do when you meditate on the law. Those that meditate on the law, right, shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, whose leaves never wither, who brings forth their fruit in their season, in his season, right? And all that they do prospers. Hey, Andrea, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, all. Grand afternoon. It's a great day to be alive. And so you want to realize, actualize, manifest your every desire. The Bible is your blueprint. It is your roadmap. It is the basic instructions before you leave this plane of existence. It is telling you how to have peace, joy, love, the desires of your heart. Whatever you desire, says Mark 11:24, when you pray. Believe you received it and you will. Not how you're going to get it, but that you already have it. Hello, Miss Kitty. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Right? Matthew 21:22 is just like it. In all things, ask. In all things, when you ask in prayer, believing you've received it and you will. It didn't say might. It didn't say maybe so. It didn't say you couldn't. It says if you can accept it, that is yours, it will be. It's just that simple. And it's not your work to try to figure out how it is to come. Your work is to believe is already done. What are we told? The works are finished, right? The Bible tells you the works are finished. Everything already exists. You're just calling it forth. The Christ mind calls the unseen to be what? Seen. You have no idea what you're talking about. Absolutely nothing. You have no idea what you're talking about. So just sit still, pay attention, because nothing has changed. I teach the same. I say the same thing. I've been saying the same thing since I've been on this platform. I've been on this platform for almost 3 years. I have not changed what I say. Or maybe it's been, I don't know, 2.5 years, I think, something like that. I don't know. My message has not changed. Your God is mind, and the Bible is a blueprint. Is a manifestation booklet. I have not changed saying that. I have always said that. That you are God in human form. I have always said that. That's not going to change. Did you? Did you? Hey, greetings. Hey, beautiful one. You're funny. No, it is just a little black headband. Mm, mm, mm. So, the message of the Bible is a prosperity gospel. That's the message of the Bible. That you should prosper in your coming and in your going. That the heavenly angels, which are what? The messengers of the divine, the infinite, shall always be encamped around you, right? And what's the messages of God? Good. The messages of God is always good. If people are pronouncing evil, that's not God, because it simply isn't your good. So anyone that's coming to say, thus says the Lord, and they're condemning, that's not God. Because the Father judges no man, has committed all judgment unto the Son. And who's the Son? Now are we the sons of God. So let no man deceive you. Let nobody else judge you. Let no one else condemn you. Because Romans 8:1 says, there is therefore now no condemnation, which is that there's no shame, there's no guilt, there's no remorse, there's no regret in Christ Jesus. And who's Christ Jesus? The power and wisdom of the divine, the power and wisdom of the all, the power and wisdom of which man calls God. And God goes by many names, but a rose by any other name is just as sweet. So you can call it what you want it. Its nature does not change, because that's the true name. That's what name truly means, nature. So whatever identifier you're using to describe the infinite, it receives it all, because the nature is not changing. It's immutable. It's the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. The law of mind does not bend for anyone. It operates for the child as well as the adult. It's always the same. And what is that sameness? What the central figure of the gospel tells you. It is always done unto you as you believe. That's never going to change. Because the world is make-believe, the world is mental. Hey, Divinely Honest, how are you? If you want to argue, go start your own live. Truth doesn't need to be argued. It's unnecessary. But if you read your Bible, you would know that. The Bible doesn't tell you to argue over truth. It tells you to spread it. And those that aren't ready to receive it, go your way in peace. So, I don't know. Y'all say y'all know the Bible, but y'all never operate according to it. I don't know why you're looking to argue truth. If your truth is, if it's true, it will stand on itself. It does not need convincing. Hey, David Tompkins, it does not need, I don't know why y'all trying to convince people of something they're not ready to hear. No one agrees with you. So when you realize no one agrees with you, you need to go and find your tribe, your camp that wants to argue with you over script. There are plenty of platforms would love to do that with you. There are plenty of debate lives, but you don't go to those because you know they'll eat you up and spit you out. Because they're gonna dig in that butt. They're gonna dig deep into that scripture. And then you're gonna find yourself lacking. Because you really don't know what you think you know. Yes. Turn the TVs off now. But I'm not here to debate anyone's truths or anyone's beliefs. You get to keep them in my book. It's none of my business what you believe. Just like what I believe, if you don't resonate with it, you should care less. You should go about your day and find someone else to argue with. Illinois. I am in Illinois, right outside Chicago. Shy City. So if you're not ready to live prosperously, to speak abundantly, to speak in faith and purpose and truth, then this message isn't for you. And that's okay. We're all about living prosperously over here. That's the only one can live, is truthfully, honestly, to the best of their ability. But we're over here, we're deconstructing the limitation of fear, religious dogma, indoctrination. We're taking it, we're pulling back the veil. We're going behind the veil. And we're recognizing that there are no saviors. No one's coming to save you. You have to do your own work, which is change your mind. Hello, Corgie. Welcome. No, that's not in Illinois. That's in Wisconsin. Waukegan is in Wisconsin. But you were very close to Illinois, but you were in Wisconsin. I believe Waukegan is in Wisconsin. I'm almost sure it is. I believe. Yes, all that get understanding. I totally agree. But you don't need to understand with fear mongering and condemnation and judgment and telling people that if they don't agree with you, they're going to, spend eternity in hell. Peace and light. But it's only for those who want understanding. Not everybody wants understanding. And the true understanding is to recognize you have to be willing to take full accountability. That doesn't even make any sense. I'm relatable to those who I need to be relatable to. That makes no sense what you're saying. You want to be relatable, but at the same time you see it differently. It's only relatable to those who can see it from this perspective. Like, what? Clearly I'm not relatable to you if you don't see it from my perspective. Like, duh. It doesn't take rocket science. Like, of course I would not relate to you because we don't see the same perspective. Like, why would you let money be your God? But yes, God is everything. God is everything. But we're not here to worship anything. God is everything, and we are to worship no things. This place isn't about worshiping. If you're looking to worship, you need to go to church or to a synagogue or to a mosque. We don't worship over here. We don't do praise and worship over here. We praise ourselves. We worship ourselves. We don't worship anything outside of our own divinity. You see money as debt? Interesting. I mean, we get to see life however we choose to see it. But is debt wrong? As long as you don't see any wrongness with debt. It's okay to be in debt. Why is it not good to be in debt? Why is that a bad thing? It's all about how you use the debt. You should use it to your benefit. Hello, Norway. Welcome, welcome, welcome. See, the true currency in heaven is your attention. That's the true currency, right? So if you give your attention to money, to abundance, right, to prosperity, to success, you shall reap what you sow. Because be not deceived, God is not mocked. Whatever a man mind sows, it shall also reap. So if you sow and you keep your mind focused, give your attention to wealth, to prosperity, to abundance, to ease, to flow, to success, oh, you will reap it. Yes, but the true currency is attention. Because you can live a prosperous life and not have, a big bank account. Because see, the ways of the infinite are past finding out. Your only job is to focus on the thing you want. Right? And sometimes the things you get requires no money from you, no effort from you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Is that how you say Ida Marie? Ida Marie Bampley? So that's why it's all about how you use your mind. How you use your mind is so important. It's the only purpose you have in this experience is to master your mind. Because all your experiences proceed from your thought. From your thought. Because life and death are in the power of your tongue. And because you love it, you shall eat the fruit thereof. So make sure you're speaking life over your life. Speak life in every area of your existence, over your relationships, over your body, over your finances, right? Over your mind. Speak life. Claim wisdom, claim peace, claim joy, claim love, because that's innately who you are. So double tap the screen, 10K the easy way on TikTok. You're new here on YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button, like button, and share because you care. Like the live, share the lives. And comment. See, we only want to talk about the good life over here. I know the world doesn't like that. The world wants you to be distracted. They want you to keep your attention on the very thing you don't want to experience. And that's why you keep experiencing it, because that's what you give your attention to. So you got to be aware of the distractions, those things that are distracting you away from the good life. Whatever you are determining the good life means for you. You get to define the terms and conditions of your life based on what you think. Hey, Cheryl. Of course, knowledge is power. Did you not just hear me say to claim wisdom? Stop acting like you're teaching on my live, because you're not. Without vision, people perish. Without knowledge, people perish. You need vision and knowledge. You need wisdom. And all that getting, you also need an understanding. But you can't complain about something you don't know. You don't know what you don't know, and that's okay. How you going to get mad about something you don't know? You don't know what you don't know, and that's okay, because you are where you are. But then you get to decide where you want to be. Imagine that you are and you will be. Speak that is so and it will be so, because why? It's already so. That's it. Say, I want a life where I have inner peace and can focus on the good things. Claim it, because you already have it. It's already innate within you. It's who you are. It's your nature. Now you just let it be. Just like in the beginning of Genesis, God said, let there be, and it was. So let peace reign in your hearts and in your minds. Let it reign supreme in your hearts and in your minds. Right? You got to do what the Lion King said, right? Pumbaa. What was their name? Pumbaa, and what's the other? Timon. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. It ain't no passing craze. It means no worries for the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. You gotta really take that song and make it your reality. Why are you worrying? Because that is a wasted thought. Worry is a wasted thought. So is complaining. Waste of time, waste of thought. Right? Clap your hands if you feel like a room without a roof. Cause I'm happy, clap along if you know that happiness is the truth. Cause I'm happy, right? Do, 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 do. Don't worry, be happy. Tells you, don't worry, be happy. Well, your inner speech is just as powerful as your outer speech. They're one and the same. Just make sure they match. What you say inwardly, you should be speaking outwardly. It's the dominant thought that always wins. So pay attention to what you're talking about when you're talking to your loved ones, right? When you're at work, that those impromptu conversations, pay attention to it, because that's what you'll truly believe. That's what you truly think. When you have those conversations where you're not being intentional, right? Because what's in you going to come out of you. If it's there, it's coming up out. You're going to vomit it out with ease, effortlessness. Pay attention, right? Make sure they match. What you say inwardly and outwardly should go together. Because if they don't, then what does that mean? You're double-minded. If what you say inwardly and what you say outwardly don't go together, you're double-minded. And then what the Bible say? James tells you, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways and shall what? Not expect to receive anything from the Lord, from the law of mind. The Lord is the law of mind. And the law of mind says you always get what you believe. And so if you don't know what you believe, if you're double talking, double speaking, you're unstable. You haven't made a decision. Yeah. Oh, thank you, divinely honest. Thank you. The word is the only power. In the beginning was the Word. The Word was with God. And the Word what? Was God. And then that word becomes what? Flesh. This means it becomes visible, becomes an experience that you're going to have. Because your words are creators. Your word is the power. The script says it this way: the words I speak, oh, they are spirit and they are life. That word is quick and powerful and sharper than what? Any two-edged sword. So pay attention, be still and know. I recognize many of us do too much. We're worried about what to do instead of how to be. See, Neville Goddard reminds us, when you assume the thing to be true, there's nothing else to do. You leave the world alone, which is the world of effect. The world is the effects. What's the cause? Your mind. So once you get your mind right, the world must follow. The world is going to always reflect back to you what you believe. Why? Because you're projecting. So your mind is projecting onto the screen of space, which we call the 3D, and it's reflecting and it's showing you what you're projecting. So you're projecting, it's reflecting. You project onto the screen of space, and then the world reflects it back to you and says, "This is what you're thinking. This is what you're believing. This is what you're accepting." In our world, it is. In our world, it's all rainbows and sunshine. I'm sorry that your life isn't all rainbows and sunshine, but over here we wear rose-colored glasses. I'm sorry your life is difficult and hardship, and I'm full of rainbows and sunshine. It all of the raindrops. I don't know. Just like black women don't. You tell me. Just like I don't wear them. I don't wear wigs either. I mean, not that I haven't worn a wig, but normally I wear my own hair. And white women do wear wigs. They wear extensions. What are you talking about? White women most definitely wear wigs and they wear extensions. So I don't know what rock you've been hiding under, what cave you were born in, but white women definitely wear wigs and extensions. Like, stop it. But you thought you were clocking T because you don't think this is my hair, but this is my hair, boo-boo. Sorry. Try again. This is my hair. But I could wear a wig if I wanted to. I just choose not to. y'all just so sad. Like, the best thing you can do is come in somebody live and talk about somebody's hair. Because you don't got nothing else better to do with your time or your life. I'm glad. I'm so, must be depressing to be you. Just wouldn't want to be you. Because what? You got to start saying it is easy, though. Hello. Because I can, because it's my hair. It belongs to me. And it's really none of your business. You're not straightening it. No one's asking you to wash it and blow dry it and flatten it and flat iron it. It's really none of your business why I straighten my hair. Obviously, because I like it straight. Duh. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. Yes. See, we have to start saying that we take the easy road, right? It's like the whiz. Have you ever heard of the whiz? Come on in, ease on down the road. Don't you carry nothing that might be a load. Come on in, ease on down the road. That's what you got to say. You got to say, I'm not gonna burden myself with worry, complaining, doubt, fear, limitation, right? And it's a practice though. Like you have to, the only way you can be transformed is by renewing your mind. You have to choose to think differently about your life. And then you have to keep thinking differently. You have to choose that way every day, every moment. Does doubt try to seep in sometime? Yeah, but that's why you got to talk to yourself. Does fear try to rear its ugly head? Yes, but that's why you have to talk to yourself. You don't be overcome with these things. It doesn't mean that they never show up. You just don't allow yourself to be overcome by them. Overcome evil, what? With good. Overcome negative thoughts with righteousness. That's what that means. You overcome evil with good by thinking right. It's by righteousness you shall be saved from sin. What is sin? Missing the mark. What is righteousness? Right thinking. Then why are you here? You show entertaining someone that ain't talking about nothing. See, I wouldn't be in somebody's life that I felt like wasn't talking about anything. But that's a you problem, clearly, because you could have been anywhere you wanted, but you decided to be here with me. There's no coincidence. Oh, it was meant to be. I'm going to mess around and let you get in so you can run and tell all of your friends that you were in my life. In my life. Yes, you're in my life. Because you could have been anywhere, but you decided to be here. You're here. I'm not on your life. You're in my life. Thanks for dropping by because you're helping the algorithm. I appreciate you. Ooh, I know, divinely honest. Oh my goodness. You like that key in Aria? sitting up here complaining about a live you're entertaining. Like, why are you here? Keep it moving. Like, what you doing? You don't have to be here. Why are you here? Keep it moving. I didn't invite you. Actually, I did vibrationally, but you know. All right, I guess that's Mr. Ronnie in the house. Is that Mr. Ronnie? ATL? ATL Ronnie? Did you mean to come up?
No, I didn't mean to come up, but I am in the house. And I've been catching. I caught you yesterday. Yeah, and I was just blown away. You just blow people away with that crazy stuff when they come on your stage. You know what I mean? even though you tell them that you're not in the debating mode or just having a conversation, but they want to debate you and show you you're wrong and everything. They just don't know.
They gonna mess around and find out, though. I'm sorry.
That's right. And I enjoyed you going back to your song, singing. You know, just sing whatever pop in your head. I love it because of your freedom, the freedom you have, no condemnation, no judgment. So I just love it. I love it.
Yes.
And all I'm doing is taking your advice when I'm not viewing you or watching you, or however you look at it. I am manifesting life as you have told us to do.
Beautiful, beautiful. Love it.
Yes.
That's beautiful. I love to hear that.
And I know you're very proud of the new library you have in Chicago.
Well, am I?
I'm asking. I'm asking.
I
Not
don't know. I don't
trouble.
know
I'm
much about it. I know the city is proud.
Yeah,
Let them
yeah. The
have
city.
that. Yeah, the
Yeah.
city's
Okay.
proud. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really down the street from where I used to live, where I grew up at.
Oh. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That's good. That add one more visitation site.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. It's right down the street from the high school my daughter graduated from.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. And I've Miss Kevin and A Town and
The
that's
toxic.
the toxic. Give them all
Yeah,
my
Kevin's here. I don't think A
love.
Town and the Toxic are here though. Maybe they're working.
Give them all my love when I'm not around, but
Yeah, yeah.
keep all I can say is just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Keep doing it. It's amazing and just amazing. Especially when you realize people want to fight over a comic book. You know what I mean?
Oh, David, he's on YouTube. He says, I like you because you are somewhat of an intellectual, just a tad bit misguided. Oh.
And that's when you said David says you're a tad misguided. That goes to show you what we're seeing. You're judging. You're judging. Why are you judging? Why?
It's cool. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Yeah.
Just like buttholes, everybody got one.
Yes, yes. Yes.
So, but here's the thing: I don't take things personal. You can't. So.
Yeah, I know. You teach us. You teach us me that. I realize that. Yep.
Yeah, you can't be in it. If you decide to go public with your life, you cannot be allow the public to dictate who you are, right? You can be overwhelmed by the good and you can be underwhelmed by the bad. You just gotta stay balanced, stay in that neutral state.
And you do it so well.
Thank you.
You do.
Yeah, you can't read their own press, whether it's good or bad. Don't fall into it, cause it's so easy to fall into it. Cause like I post more on Instagram. I get a lot of comments on Instagram, and at one point I was like, nope. I may read each video. I may read a couple of comments, and after that I leave it alone. Especially those that get a bunch of comments on them. Read the first few of them, like them, comment. Then after that, you let it go. And on to the next.
I don't have much to say. I just like listening.
That's cool. That's cool. Because we have Miss Kitty up top. So if you're done, I'll go to the next guest. Appreciate you. Thank you for joining. As always.
Always.
All right. Hello, Miss Kitty.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Always glad to hear hear your live, and I got in real early today.
Yes.
So that's always a pleasure. And let's see. I wanted to say to the guy who was talking about your hair, not that you need anybody to stand up for you, but sir.
He's probably gone now because I was got in that butt. I'm like,
I just wanted to make mention of when last week you had a natural hairstyle. Remember?
Yeah.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
So get out of here. And we wear rhinestone. We wear rose-colored glasses, and some of us wear them with rhinestones.
Yes.
And another reason why I wanted to come up was because I started rereading this book, The Infinite Way by Joel Goldsmith. And this is the first chapter. I was like, look at Toyia. This is the first chapter. And it says, putting on immortality. And this is the first sentence. In the beginning was the Word. and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word was made flesh.
Mm.
All right, see? If you're talking about the truth, truth remains constant. It never changes.
Right. Hold on 1 second, Miss Kitty. What you say?
Can I open the door?
What door?
Someone rang the doorbell.
No, it's okay. Thank you. My grandson. Wow.
So it just never changes. Experiences fluctuate and change, but truth remains constant.
Yeah. And of course, I know people, religion would like to think it was talking about, immaculate conception.
Yes. Yes.
Like, no, the word is Jesus. Well,
right.
In light of scripture, it is. You're right. But Jesus is the I am. It's not a person. It's you as a person. It's your I am that has been manifested in form. Or,
yes.
Or the I am that has manifested in form as you. Beautiful thing.
It's been very expansive for me to realize that the Word is God.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm not ever vigilant, but I am more consistently vigilant with the words that I hear inside my mind that I'm saying to myself.
Yes, absolutely.
More than, of course, when I speak out, but more, I want my thoughts to be more closely aligned with the truth that I want to experience.
Absolutely.
So I just love that was the first sentence.
I know, right? And what you say the name of the book is?
The Infinite Way by Joel Goldsmith.
Okay.
He was one of the founders of Unity.
Okay, yeah. I'm like that name sounds familiar. I think I might have read a book by him.
Yeah, and I put it on the book list.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so that's it. I've got to run out. So I'll be in and out.
Oh, okay. No problem. Thanks for joining.
Okay, thank you for being here.
Definitely. Hello, Janae. How are you? Good morning. Yes, Janae says yes. If you live for their praise, you'll die from their criticism. Yep. Everything and everyone arrives neutral. Identity assigns meaning and emotion. Yep. That's it. Hello, Elle. Welcome. How are you? You can unmute.
Hello, sister.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. As always, we all do respect. You look stunning, like yesterday, beautiful.
Oh, you were here yesterday too?
Oh, yeah. Listen, I just wanted to say something yesterday, but I feel like I'm on receiving mode, just listening and learning from the best.
Oh, beautiful.
I was yesterday, like from, I think it was almost 1 or a little past 1 here on Maryland until the end.
Oh, nice.
And I was like I said, in receiving mode, just listening, learning. And I said, I don't want to say nothing. Even trying to get in, how can I say this? Like, when people talking some kind of nonsense, I heard a few people there saying, and it's not like, no condemnation, this and that, not judging, but you notice when somebody is going back and forth, you think, oh, that person get it. Like some lady said, oh, I'm walking in my God power, but she was kind of going back and forth. Oh, I can go easily to the dark, I say, oh my God, let me not say nothing. They just keep here listening and getting used to to whatever people have in their mind.
Mm-hmm.
I say, yeah, it's okay. Me, I had the same thing sometimes, like I'm not sure 100% what I'm saying. Or we try to say something, but we don't know the right way to put it out,
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes we want to express, but don't know exactly how to say it. And I
Right.
say, okay, I want to say something, but no, I'm just going to stay here and just listening.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Hey, it was over 6 hours. I was until you close the app. And okay, let me just stay here and keep listening.
Oh, nice.
I'm not gonna judge nobody. Even what I'm saying now, I heard a few people saying couple things, but we all does that. But I rather to just listening and just oh my goodness. Yeah, and just like that old man say, hey, I rather to listen, learning instead of saying something that gonna criticize somebody because the way they think or they believe or whatever, But no.
Yeah, you're entitled to your beliefs.
Exactly. Well, I not agree with what you're saying or you're saying something, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Just trying to get used to it.
Yeah.
One day we get it. One day we're gonna get it.
Say one day we'll all get it. Hey.
In the meantime, that's what I'm doing, learning. If I have something positive to say, I say, if not, I rather to stay here, just listening.
Yes, I like that. Great.
I came here to make friends and make a good projection, good projecting out good energy. No, nothing negative, nothing. Even if I feel it, I just gonna keep it to myself. I'm not gonna project that to nobody.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So
good.
it's so.
Yeah, just sometimes you just gotta take it in. Like when I go to lives, sometimes I won't even join. I'll just play the background because just so nobody will be like, "Oh, come up," and nope. I'm just want to hear to listen.
Yeah,
I don't like to go into other people's lives and really go on their panels because I'm like I do enough talking on my own lives. I just want to listen to other people sometimes. Just want to listen to other people's perspectives and enjoy them.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes it's okay to be an observer.
Exactly. You have something positive to say or something that's gonna contribute for the good, say it. If not, be quiet. Careful what you putting out of your mouth.
Yep.
That's what you're gonna get back, but that's what lots of people don't get it.
Yeah. Especially if someone comes on my panel and it's just something I truly do not resonate with, or I feel like it has to be rejected. Yes, I'm gonna say like, no, we don't receive that.
Exactly.
I mean, it's okay that you do. You can live your life that way, because most people come in telling you must believe this. Like, no, that's your experience. I don't need to believe in your experience. Only you need to believe in your experience.
Exactly. Hey, listen, even Ayton, I never talked to him. No, the other guest that you had, Ayton, la toxic, right? Me, but my point is like Ayton was talking something about his business yesterday, and you tell him something because what he was saying, and you were telling something to him back, and he even didn't get it. Because I don't remember exactly what it was, but he was talking something about his business, the people had going to their business, this and that, and he had an older lady helping him over there, this and that, and you trying to explain something to him, and he was like, I said, what? He don't get it. He awake, but he don't get it 100%. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because he was saying that sometimes they're not a good fit with the business, and I feel well, that's because you're saying that. If you're providing a service that is beneficial, regardless of their emotions attached to it, just bypass that and offer the service, because the whole point of your service is to bring them peace of mind regarding their finances. So that's the space you should be operating from.
Exactly. So even
and I'm not just trying to force anyone, right? You're not trying to force anyone, but let them make the decision that they want to work with you, not you're making the decision not to work with them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I see the way you were explaining to him, like, they are a projection.
Yeah, I think he was listening. I think he's trying to take it in. Maybe he may have to, recognize that, yes, you're in full control of this experience.
Exactly. That's the point. You tried to explain it to him.
Yeah.
And he was like, huh? Come on, man, you don't get it what she's telling you. You are the guy,
Yeah,
your own universe.
yeah.
They came to you because you providing a service, this and that, and you are operating in your God power.
Yeah.
Come on, you are
Yeah, because Kevin also gave him
okay.
an example of how how he was making a certain amount of money, and then he realized he had to shift his mindset, and then that's when he was able to make quadruple the amount he said.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You get it, but there's something over there that you just missing.
Yeah,
Come
yeah.
on.
He probably just never looked at it from that point of view, and so now he has to
yeah.
let it resonate with him and like, oh, okay, yeah, I am God. I am control of this situation. I can have exactly what I'm asking for. Yeah, because like the other guy, you said you heard, is it Kapira? I should ask him how you pronounce his name. When he was talking about he was asking for things and it was just coming back so quick and fast, and he was getting double and triple. Yeah, and he was getting double and triple.
It was beautiful.
It was. I was like, wow. Yeah, my husband and I, when I get off I get off live and talking to my husband, he was like, oh my goodness, yes. I'm like, we really enjoyed that. I was like, yeah.
It was beautiful. I'm telling you, it was there.
It was.
I was just listening, enjoying, receiving in a receiving mode. Yes. Receiving all the good energy.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
It was.
Yeah.
I truly love this community.
No, me too.
Yeah. We have some really good people come through, especially when people come up and share, because that's what it's all about. It's about sharing, right?
Yeah.
It's more about sharing than teaching, right? Exactly. It's just because we're all remembering. We're all just coming here as one big collective, sharing different perspectives of the one mind. That's all we're doing.
Yeah, but lots of people don't get, hey, you didn't get nothing from Jesus. Whatever you think Jesus is the Savior, this and that, but have changed your life in any good meaning? No. Yeah. I mean, he does. That's okay, but if he already does for you, why you come here now complaining what other people thinking? Keep your Jesus for you and don't come here, amigo.
Say no, thank you.
Keep going, exactly. Keep going. I never see Jesus. For me, it's like you say, Jesus and all those people in John, all those, I'm not familiar with the Bible, that's what I don't get in your life and talk a little more, because I have not too much to say about that, because I'm not familiar with the Bible.
Right.
Tend to myself.
Yeah.
But
that's how you know that,
like a character.
Right, that the Bible is not necessary to manifest. I just like it because I used to be a Christian. Now I understand what it's saying. So I'm like, I can make it applicable to life. I see the practicalness of it. Yeah.
Exactly. But for me, no, I'm just listening and try to resonate whatever don't resonate with me. I said, no. For me, they are just like characters,
Yeah, that's for me. That's what they are for me too. They're characters for me too. They did not exist for me. Right, they're characters in a book.
Even if you look 100% real, no, they're not.
No, not for me either. Nope.
It's like you say most of the time, and few people say, it's like I asked the same thing to my granddaughter. I told you a few things about my granddaughter, the second one. She was 7 years old when I asked. She wanted to ask me something. I said, hold on, let me ask you something first. Because I knew she going to have the answer to her own question. And I asked her, like Santa Claus, fairy tale, they're all just a character in the movie. And I asked her, who you believe in Santa Claus? No, she said, oh, Santa Claus is my dad. She know all the gifts she got is from her dad. Not for Santa Claus coming from the North Pole every year. No, she knows that's not real. So why you believe in Jesus? Because your daddy take you to the church and telling you about Jesus' enemy. I said, you have no enemy. Come on, stop that. But she getting more than adult people.
Yeah.
Yeah. My goodness.
Unfortunately, that's when most children come into the belief is through their parents.
Oh yeah, definitely, because that way, I'm not mad at my son-in-law, like you say, we are not here to wake up nobody, but you can tell they a little bit what you know, and if they take it. Nah, keep moving.
Keep moving. Yeah.
Fortunately, we had to be around there, because my son-in-law, I had to every Wednesday I go to Virginia to help him with the business carrying, driving a bus for him and carrying his piñata that he sell to different store.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I had to be. He getting my nerve, but I have a lot of patience, but that's what I'm learning from you, because I know you have trillion of patience with everybody, every nonsense that people say, but I'm working on it,
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Yeah, just getting a little more patient and be accustomed with the nonsense people,
Yeah.
One day they're gonna get it now. What?
Right.
I try to help them a little, but my goodness.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Elle. Thank you so much. I definitely appreciate it.
It's always a pleasure. I just want to be here listening. You can take me down if you want to.
Okay.
But I've been listening until I'm waiting for a ride here. If I don't get it, we are still here. But if I get a ride, something close to me, I just have to get out.
Okay, no problem. Okay.
Okay,
all right.
It's a pleasure.
Okay, thank you. Definitely no pressure.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Hello. Hey, Stephen Randall. Welcome. Hello, Michael. Welcome. So I'm streaming on YouTube as well as TikTok. YouTube, if you're new here, make sure you hit that subscribe button and that like button and share because you care. And yes, to train up a child is your mind, not a human being. The only child you should be training is your own mind. But hello, Sophia. How are you?
Hey, Toyia. I'm good. And I had a lot of time, but now I'm already in the short time. But I just wanted to share something very, very sweet and cute that happened that shows how the word is really God and how it manifests. In the moment it can manifest. And it was like an event they had in the UK, and it was on the 27th of June, and it was for Michael Jackson, but it was basically for healing the world.
Okay.
And I posted this kind of events on my TikTok a lot because I knew it's gonna have like a great impact. But I could actually see it on that event because they were singing this song, Earth Song,
Oh,
They were singing, what about sunshine? What about rain? And at that moment, the rainbow was created. And there was not even rain. It was just a little cloudy day. And suddenly the rain, like a magic, started appearing. And all these people were singing. So I thought that was like such a miracle, like really showing in the moment. Mm-hmm. And I have that video if you want to see it in my reposts. My reposts. But anyway, I was just thinking that's a different topic. How everybody is actually indoctrinated in something. Most of the people belong to something, and they're very, very free. Very, very few free thinkers. Yeah. Thinkers that are not afraid to think. Mm-hmm. So,
but the thing is, most people.
You are one of my favorite free thinkers.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to say that one of my greatest joys in life is to meet with other free thinkers.
And most people that are indoctrinated don't think they're not free thinkers, right? They're like, no, they believe that they're thinking for themselves. They don't see it, right?
That's what indoctrination means, unfortunately, and unless they hear a different perspective and have some little opening for that light to enter, they're still gonna continue. Yeah, it's like yeah. And in the same time, we don't judge them.
Oh no, you get to have whatever. It's your path. It's your journey. know.
So that's the freedom of it. You don't have to take them seriously or judge them.
Nope, not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's about it. What I was going to say because I have to do something now.
Oh,
with
okay,
my
no
hands.
problem. Thank you for joining. Thank you for sharing that. That's
Thank you,
beautiful.
and I'll
Yes,
continue
yes.
listening.
The ribbon
Okay.
in the sky, which is the rainbow. It's a
Oh
ribbon
yeah.
in the sky. I was singing that yesterday for by Stevie Wonder. The ribbon
No,
in the
but
sky.
even the words they said exactly at the moment just before the rainbow appeared was, "What about sunshine? What about rain?" And that's like you need sunshine and rain to create the rainbow, and then the
Yeah.
rain, and then the rainbow was right there.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, that's a beautiful song. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, wonderful.
And his
Thank
song healed the
you.
world too. His healed the world song too.
Oh
Only
yeah,
thing
yeah.
is he
We
was
played
so
that
he
on
was too
the.
focused talking about them when he should have been talking about you.
No,
Like he should
he
have
said
stayed. He should have stayed
in
with the
your heart.
remain. He should have stayed with the man in the mirror message. No, he started saying they don't care about us. Like it's not about them caring about you. It's about you caring about you. The only way the world changes is you have to change. You can't make other people change, and you definitely can't condemn the world and think it's going to change because that's not how it works.
Yeah,
Condemning the
yeah.
world does
And I
not change the
think that
world.
because of his very strong emotion in some of these songs, that's
Mm-hmm.
how he attracted some of his unfortunate
Yep,
circumstances.
that's what I'm talking about. He was
Yeah.
too focused on out there instead of what's going on within him. Change the focus. Turn the mirror
Yeah.
around.
But in Heal the World, though, he does say that there's a place and it's in your heart, and you know that it is love.
Yeah.
So that one is like really, really close to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, he did the best what he knew to do, right? So, you know,
Exactly.
he was all about helping children and stuff and visiting the sick and stuff like that. So, yeah. Yeah, but when he operated in faith the beginning of his career, he led into fear the end of his career.
Yeah, yeah, because you know he saw what happened to other like black artists and other artists that they were penniless at the end, and somehow you know he was focusing on that. He didn't want it, but since he was focusing, it kind of like reflected on his life too.
Yeah. So that's what we have to be so aware. Sometimes you get caught up in the messaging.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Tell me about it when. Tell me about it when. Oh, sorry. See, tell me about it when I remember when I went to jail.
Oh wow!
because I was interested in, I was looking into those things, you know, this underworld and like the abuse of children and women, and suddenly I was experiencing that, you know.
Yeah, you gotta be so careful what you give your energy to, right?
Yeah, the attention. Even
Yeah, because
without.
that you don't become the very right because you become the very thing you right. So
Yeah,
you gotta
because
be
if
you
you're
gotta pay
curious,
attention.
and the universe is like, "Oh, you're curious. You want to know more about it?"
No,
And
don't
then
want to know anything else. No, thank you. Revise, revise, revise. So the beautiful thing is that you were able to revise. You recognized what you
Oh
had
my
did,
gosh,
and you
I
was
revised
like,
it right there in the jail.
yes.
And then I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna like sue this guy. I'm gonna do this and that. And then I was like, yeah, but why should I think that he like my abundance have to come from this when the abundance can come from something else? And you know, I just let it be. I didn't even like, you know, I made a video, you know, to show how guilty they were, you know, of treating me this way. And you know, I had pain in my arm. I'm a dancer and I can't lift my arm and this and that. But now I'm seeing that my arm is actually getting so much better.
Good.
Besides,
Good.
stop focusing.
Good. So you start focusing on it. So had to revise the story, right? Change the focus.
Yeah. And I didn't want to be known as, you know, the girl that this happened to her, you know. And then once if that blows out, you know, then you always like stamped that's the girl that this happened to her, even if it was unfair, even if I win a case or whatever, still, you know, it's something I don't want to be really known about. Yeah. So I kind of like let it slide.
Yeah. Someone said that Zoda Big Toe said, "You don't sound like someone that would go to jail."
No, no, no. Well, let me tell you, the guy who observed me, and this was again connected to Michael Jackson. This was on Michael Jackson's birthday, and I was in Gary, Indiana, and I had a gift to give to Jackie Jackson, and I had a gift that included gifts for everybody, like the whole family. So it was a huge bag, and I was giving it to him, but a cop stormed from the back and like threw me on the ground and was trying to smash my face, went on my back, and I was screaming like she's resisting arrest and all kinds of things. And then I was basically treated inhumanely, but the whole thing is that they wanted to traffic me. The guy had observed me, and he's noticed that I had no people with me, and that I was a foreigner, quote unquote, which he was actually shocked when he saw my Illinois driving license afterwards. And also when he saw my age, because I was not as young as he thought I was. And so he actually said it, like when he was looking at my driving license, he said, "Oh, this is a case of hell." And like, why would you say that, really? If you're not like really trying to sell me and make me disappear. And that's exactly what he was trying to do. He was not letting me call for bail. So it's like it was a criminal activity, but because I revised it, I was able to get bailed, and I was able to escape. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just told the story shortly for that person who was interested.
Yeah. She's leaving out the part but you're leaving out the most significant part. Is the reason why that happened. Why that happened was because you were so caught up in that type of world, right? You were trying to figure out why these things were happening to women and to children.
Yes.
Your focus was on that, and then you personally experienced it. So this is letting us know that your thoughts do not care where they go. The universe, consciousness, the law does not care what you give your attention to. It will manifest the reality that you're leaning into. So that's why the Bible tells you got to guard that heart with all diligence.
Yeah. And that's why sometimes like my son was just saying, like, I want to go see this horror movie. I said, please don't go see that horror movie, because you're putting your attention in some things that you don't want to see manifest in your life. And I'm teaching him about manifestation. He's 14.
Okay.
So yeah, he was like, okay, Mom.
But then I think we also know how to suspend reality too, because I watched a lot of horror films, like when they had Scream and Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday the 13th, and I Know What You Did Last Summer. I watched all that stuff, and I never had a thought that was real. Like I knew that reality wasn't right. I never experienced any of that personally.
Yeah. So yeah, it's again how you frame it. It's all individual cases.
Yeah. I think you can't watch that type of stuff in fear or in condemnation, right?
Yeah.
Right? It can be fear-based, and you cannot be judging it and condemning it.
And then when you suddenly start seeing a killer, for example, behind the garbage can or something.
Yeah, you cannot move about in fear, because that's the activation. Your activation or your condemnation, right? You're judging it as right or wrong. You're giving all this energy to it, Because I watched. Right.
Important. It's the universe want to give you more.
Right. So when I watch the documentaries that I may share on my lives, while I'm watching it, I'm reworking it in my mind, right? I'm like, that was your life, but because I watch it to get more understanding about how the mind works, right? And so I'm watching it to see what's the correlation, because all of those cult leaders, they all ran the same playbook just about, right? And they had the people be sleep deprived. They used abusive language. They had them journaling. They never left them alone. They never had idle time. They never had time to meditate or be with their own thoughts. They were constantly bombarded with the information to indoctrinate them into whatever they wanted, to make sure that they were the only voice that they heard, right? They only heard this message. I was like, wow. So to me, I'm like, well, that's how we're supposed to self-hypnotize, right? Self-program. Continue to feed yourself the same message over and over again that you want to experience.
Yeah, but then they were cheated though. They never experienced that what they actually thought. So
No. They were experiencing the things that they were being told. It's just like if you go to church, right? You're only hearing one message. You're only hearing one voice. You're only getting indoctrinated with one thing.
And the
only
questions
thing is
you
with
ask, questions you ask, they just go only into that loop of the doctrine. Like they never actually answered your question.
But I'm coming from the place of the cult leader, how they were able to obtain the authority and the subjugation of their followers, and how they used their fear and psychology, right? They constantly were feeding them, and they made them sleep deprived. They didn't feed them well. They made them do like really crazy things, right? Because it was all about making sure that they were the only authority, that no other authority existed in their life, just the authority of the leader. That's what like, so in order to not find yourself in that type of community, you want to be in a community where all voices get heard, right? That is not only one person's opinion that rules, right? You want to be able to be free, like you say, a free thinker, and everyone's sharing and everyone's offering and everyone has a voice. That is not just, you just regurgitating what everybody else is saying, right? You actually saying, well, this is my experience. This is what I think. And this is how I tested this for myself. And this is what I experienced. And then everybody just celebrates you. It's like, okay. I like that.
Yeah. Because there is very different, unique ways of looking into everything.
There's no one way, right?
Yeah.
The only one way is how you talk to you about yourself. That's the one way. What you give your attention to. Now, it's different ways you can give your attention to things, right? You can write things down. You can vocally say things within yourself. You can do vision boards. You can do astrology. Like, it's many different ways, but all of that is just you're giving your attention to something. That's it. It's still the same thing. It's just various ways to give your attention to something, right? You're reading books. You're watching videos, right? You're writing things down. You're affirming, right? But here's the thing. You're always affirming. Why? Because you're always talking.
Exactly.
That's the way you affirm, through your speech.
I just remember a verse from the Bhagavad Gita, because I used to be belonging to that. I used to study the Bhagavad.
Okay, do you still study it?
I have to study it again with the new vision to see.
So how is it different than what you currently know?
At the time, I was like, the Krishna thing.
So it's kind of like believing in Jesus.
I was like 13. Yeah, it was like a religion, but much, much more superior than Christianity.
Really?
It did tell about the soul and everything. And that you are part of God and all of these things, but in the same time, because it's a religion, and it did make you follow like
strict rules and stuff, like you had leaders and stuff.
That. Okay. And that was not okay with me. Actually, I was the black sheep always. I was 13 when I actually found that, and I had already read the Bible by then, the whole Bible, and I was like, no, that couldn't be it. So I was looking, and I also read the Quran.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you're well versed in those religions, huh?
I mean, at that time, that was like a long time ago.
Okay.
But I was very well versed that I would go to churches and debate I would debate them.
Oh,
at
really?
that time. Of course, that was in a different language.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would debate and I will always win.
Oh, so you were debating what,
I was like
Islam versus Christianity?
young type of person, you know.
Oh, wow. Okay. So what, you were debating Islam versus Christianity?
No, it would be the the Vedic teachings.
Oh,
the
okay.
teachings about the soul and reincarnation and all of those things.
Got you. Okay.
So yeah.
So, but you say you got a totally different mind now, huh?
No, it's just a progression of the same thing.
Oh, got you.
It's just a progression. But I was going to say that I remembered now, just now, it just popped in my head, a verse from the Bhagavad Gita where it was saying, Vyavasayatmaka buddhi, which means single-minded attention. That's what it says there as well.
Okay.
With a single-minded attention, you attain what you focus on.
Yeah, that's just like the Bible. That I be single.
Yeah.
Or double-minded man, right? Is unstable. It's telling you got to be single thought.
Yeah.
Yep, you got to be single-minded. Love that. Yep. Yeah, we noticed that all these books are all saying the same thing.
Right.
It's all about you. It's all about your mind. It's all about what you're thinking. It's all about what you're giving your attention to. What are you focusing on? Because that's what you're going to bring into your experience.
Yep, and to really experience the power of it, that's how you get more confidence.
Yep. And so if you know that you can, when you recognize that your thoughts, your attention produced something that you did not want to experience, then that also means it can produce the things you do want to experience. And it's for some reason people aren't making that correlation, right?
Right.
They think that the bad stuff just has to happen. No, they don't. No, it doesn't.
This is a very deep programming from, our school system and parents and all of that you can't have it too good. It always bad comes after good. You have to struggle. You have to endeavor. You have to do this and this and this and this. All of that. So it's like a deep programming that needs to be erased by the new experience of where we're experiencing the opposite. We're experiencing things manifesting, so we gain the faith.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And of course, looking back and seeing that everything else was also a manifestation, we just didn't know. Sometimes I say that when you are very aware, you manifest, and your manifestation comes quick when you still desire it. But when you're not aware, all that you wanted is going to manifest. But by the time it manifests, you might not desire it no more.
So Kenji said, hello, Kenji. He says, what is make believe? Oh, I don't know if it's a he or a she, but I'm just saying, because they don't have a picture. Kenji said, what is make believe? Imagination. What is imagination? The forming of pictures in the mind of things that are not really there or you believe are there. Okay. Imagination.
Okay.
Imagining.
I'm gonna take off.
Okay.
But I'll be here, but I have to do something with my hands. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for joining.
Thank you so much.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. Imagination. Imagination is religion and illness. For many, it's not. For others, it is. I'm not here to judge the world, right? We didn't come to judge or condemn the world, but that the world may be saved. What? That the world may gain the solution to their problems. That's salvation. That's it. You just want a solution to their difficulties in life. And the solution to your difficulties in life is to stop judging them, first of all. Stop seeing them as wrong or right and just decide what it is you will want to experience. The judgment is unnecessary. Just change it. Just change it. Or if you're going to judge it, judge righteously, right? Decide what you want to experience and then give your attention to that. That's all that's required. And I know we have long dissertations, long conversations, you know, because every scripture that I quote, they're all saying the same thing. They're just saying it in a different way. But the messaging never changes. It's the exact same messaging. Like what Sophia had quoted from the Bhagavad Gita, right? Just be single of purpose. Find that thing to think about, give your attention to it, and then watch it come into being. And you don't even have to help it. You just have to select it. And I know that's the part that like really seems trippy, or we think is necessary. We think we have to help the manifestation come into being. Just like you don't have to help the unwanted come into being, you don't have to help the wanted. Things just happen. Right? Like Sophia, what she gave that talking about, when she's arrested, she didn't do anything to make that happen other than giving her attention to that type of reality. But whatever needed to take place for her to have that experience, her body was caused to be in that situation. Her body had to go where her mind was going. Her mind had already been there. Her body had to follow. That event, those circumstances had to take place unless she had realized what she was doing. Unless she had the realization that, oh, wait a minute, my thoughts are creative. I need to stop. I need to withdraw my attention from this. I need to change what I'm giving my attention to. That's it. And sin is what? Ignorance of the law. Sin is missing the mark, missing the aim. Right? Not being that which you desire to be. That's sinning. Whenever you're saying I am this, but you're being that, you're sinning. Because it's not about what you physically see. It's what you internally know. Because as within, so without. So withdraw the five senses, go into your own mind and create what you want to see. And then in the time you do not know, in a way you least expect, it comes into being. It doesn't need you hovering over it like, a helicopter parent. You don't have to, just release it, let it go, and it's going to do its thing. It will surely come. It will definitely manifest in the best way that it knows how. The least path of resistance. It will come. And it usually comes when you're not giving your attention to it, when you've released it and you're not worrying about it. All right? Because when you're worrying, you're really saying, can it be? Will it be? How come it isn't? Right? When you're worrying or doubting, you're not operating from a place of faith. You're operating from a place of fear. And so what did you do? You became double focused. You became double-minded. You started giving your attention to the thing that you don't want to happen, as opposed to giving your attention to the thing you do want to happen. And so the dominant of the two wins. And see, it doesn't matter. I know a lot of people say, well, I didn't believe it, but it happened anyway. That's not true. Because you gave your attention to a thing. That's your belief. Belief only means an acceptance. And how do you accept something? You tend to it. You give your attention to it. Your mind is going in that direction. So just because you might have forgot that you gave your attention to a thing, you forgot that you talked about it, you forgot, doesn't mean, because your belief is not about a feeling. It's not about feelings. It's about attention. It's about observing a situation. And how do you talking about it? Whether you're talking about it inwardly, or you were like thinking about it, or you were having a conversation with someone, or you're just watching something profusely. Like every time you're just giving your mind over to this, you're just consuming. And then when those things begin to happen, like, oh my goodness, where'd that come from? I never even told nobody about this. I never even thought about this. I never talked to, but you kept talking, but you allowed it to enter into your heart and impress your mind, impress your subconscious mind, right? Your heart is your subconscious mind. You allowed yourself to be convicted or convinced of what you were seeing. Because that's all it takes is your conviction of a thing. And sometimes you don't even know that you're convinced of a thing until it manifests. But nothing manifests by happenstance. There's no accidents. These things are taking place because that's what you're giving your attention to. And things don't change until you do. Things do not change until you do. And you can prove it to yourself. You don't have to set anyone's word at face value. That's what a lot of these religions want you to do. They just want you to take their word because it's in a book. See this book right here? This book says this. You should believe it. The only way you should believe it if it proves itself in performance. That's the only time you should be believing what a book says. You're actually able to apply it and see that it works. And that book, the Bible, tells you to prove it. It instructs you to test God. Believers, Christians don't want you testing God, though. Because the Bible does appear to be contradictory because it says you should not test the Lord thy God. And then it says, prove me now herewith and see. Or do you not know that Christ in you unless you fail to meet the test? So that appears a contradiction. But here's the thing. You do not test the Lord thy God, right, with evil, right? You can't test the Lord thy God with evil. Because God does not judge things as evil. Conscience doesn't see evil. Man does. Man judges as evil. Consciousness gives you exactly what you believe you can do or have. It expresses itself through you based on your beliefs. So when a thing comes expressed in evil, you call it the devil. When it comes expressed in good, you call it God. It's the same energy, though. It's the same cause. It's the same force. But if you determine it's evil, you're going to call it the devil. If you determine it is good, then you're going to call it God. But it's the same power. He said if only preachers were this honest. Some of them are. There are some preachers. They seem to be few and far between, but unfortunately, most of them, even if they are sharing this truth, they still need your money because they have a business to run called a church. So even if they do share you the law of mind, like Unity Church, where Charles Fillmore, right, and he has the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, or like a Reverend Ike, they're teaching the law of mind, but what are they also teaching? That in order to get God to move for you, you still have to tithe, that you have to give something physically in order to get the thing you want. But the Bible says, no, not so. You give spiritually, and then you reap physically. You sow in the spirit, and you reap in the physical, right? Because the word is first what? The word is spiritual. It's invisible. It's something you cannot see. And then it becomes something you can see. See, all things that were made are not made by things which do appear. And we can't see God until it becomes form. But the form becomes what? The limitation of God. Anything is seen is lower, right? The expression of God is a little lower than God, right? What did Christ say? Oh, I and my Father are one, but which one is greater? The Father is greater. We're one, not two, we're one. But but the invisible, the unseen is greater than anything that could ever be seen. What is a lie, though? It's never wrong to lie to yourself. What is a lie? A story you tell. So, which story are you telling? And it's all about whether you believe the story you're telling. If you don't believe the story you're telling, then that's sinning. That's when it becomes a sin. When you don't accept the story that you're telling about yourself. So then you're what? Missing your mark. Because if you're saying I'm wealthy and you don't accept it, you aren't convinced of it, then you're sinning. But if you can say I'm wealthy, even though the senses deny it, but you remain faithful to it, you understand that the facts don't matter. It's your assumption that matters. And though assumption is false or a lie, if persistent in it, what becomes the fact? So what do you assume? Thank you, Sophia. What do you assume? Because that's all that matters. Your assumptions is all that matters. Assume better than the best you know. That's what we're instructed. To assume better than the best you know. To assume greater. Because what they say, you reach for the stars, you just might land on the moon. Because you don't worry about how impossible it is, how difficult it is. That is not your work. Your work is just to convince yourself of the reality in which you would like to find yourself in. Your work is just to be still and know. And let the world bring it to you. You decree and declare, you send it out, right? You send out a cattle call. And you say, this is what I want. This is what I like. This is what I want to experience. And then let it happen. Go your way in peace, which means you're not worrying and you're not concerned about the means, which is the how. The how is not your concern. You have to understand, you're affirming a thing doesn't make it so. Your affirmation is because it is so. And I think a lot of times we do things because we're trying to make it happen. What can I do? What can I do? Nothing. Remember, we read The Power of Awareness by Neville Goddard. And he talks about that in his book, that when he gives people, tells them how to, whatever quote unquote technique, but you're the technique, whatever model, whatever method you're using that resonates with you as far as your manifestation. Once you have done the mental work, that's all you're doing is the mental work. And then you look for something physical to do. Neville reminds you there's nothing to do. You can do nothing. You don't make things happen. They happen without your assistance. Because it's already done. So you don't have to worry your pretty little head about it. You don't have to try to figure it out. You did all that was to be done. You imagined that it was so, and that was all you had to do. You just had to assume the position. Assume that it's yours. That's it. Good evening. How are you, Ralph? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes, peace and harmony be unto you and us all. Thank you. That's it. It's already done. We got to get out of our own way. We get in the way of our desires because we're trying to rationalize it. We want the reasoning mind to figure it out. We want to deal with the carnal mind. The carnal mind is at enmity towards the spirit, which means it's only going to operate by what it can detect with the five senses. And the spirit goes beyond that. It's beyond the physical, right? That's why it's called metaphysical. That's why the Bible is a metaphysical book, because it goes beyond the five senses. Like those of you who do read Neville Goddard, and he has a book, The Feeling is the Secret. I know that's on our book club list, because we'll be doing a book club at the end of July, and we'll have a poll. And he has Feeling is the Secret, and everybody thinks it's about emotions, but he tells you it's not about emotions. It's about using your five senses inwardly. It's about imagining the thing that you want with the five senses inwardly. So see what you want to see, hear what you want to hear, touch what you want to touch, smell what you want to smell, taste what you want to taste in your imagination. Make it real to you there. And when it's real to you there, then it will be real to you out here. Because it's as within, so without, right? And then you're going to project into the screen of space the thing that you want. So I was reading with AI this morning, and I asked it to give me the breakdown of the second creation story in Genesis, right? So talking about Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, and Grok. And of course they gave their own, they basically said the same thing, but some of them gave a little bit more information than the other. And I think it was Gemini was saying, like the first creation story in Genesis 1 differs from Genesis 2, because Genesis 1 is back to macro. It's about the universe coming into being, right? Being expressed. And then Genesis 2 is about the universe becoming you, right? So that's why we say we are the universe expressed in form. And that's what the Genesis 2 story is about. That the universe in Genesis 1 decides to take on form and become you. And when it talks about Adam, right, being caused to, Adam was formed of the dust, right? Five senses are created. And then the breath of life is the spirit that animates the body. But the life-giving spirit doesn't come until the quickening of the Christ. The Christ becomes the life-giving spirit, right? But the breath of life is that which animates the body. What gives life is the Christ consciousness, right? And so it talks about, the deep sleep that falls upon Adam, and then Eve being the rib of Adam, right? And so from a psychological perspective, and from a Neville Goddard lens, because I also said tell it from a Neville Goddard lens, it's about Adam representing consciousness, and the rib being Eve is your desire. Being, right, the rib being bone. That's why he said you are bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh, right? So Eve represents the subconscious mind, the creative power in man, right? And then it becomes what? Form. So that's when Adam, being consciousness, the imagination, causes that which he manifests to produce Eve, the desire. And when he sees it, because it's something that he's convicted and it's close to his heart, right? That's also that representation. And it becomes bone of my bone. Is something I can now visually see, because I first imagined it, right? First you imagine your desire, and then your desire then becomes flesh. How did your desire become flesh? Through imagination, right? And through the creative womb, which is Eve, the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind takes the image, the imagination, that what you're imagining, your image, and what produces it in form. That's why it says everyone is you pushed out. Everything you experience is you pushed out. It's your desire that becomes flesh, becomes something you can see, taste, touch, smell, taste, all of those things. And so that's the whole, that's what the Bible's saying from Genesis to Revelation. Every story is that story. It's always about what you hold in mind, right? So then the fall of Adam, the fall of mind into duality. Now, you know, it was consciousness, pure awareness that fell into the belief in a second power, into the world of opposites, into the illusion of separation, into the illusion of lack, right? And so when they fall in consciousness, right, and see what it's saying, that instead of imagination being the cause, what became the cause? Eve, the desire. Desire was tempted and wanted to bring forth, right? See, it's supposed to be your mind that creates, that produces the desire. But the fall of man, it was a desire that gave forth to the imagination, right? Because who ate first? Eve, not Adam. Desire took it on and caused the mind to produce. And the mind produced what? Duality. Now that which was pure awareness is what now? Duplicitous. Is operating from now the lower nature. And so the curse of doing that, you're told what? Now you're going to have to earn your living by the sword. Now you're going to till that ground, which is your mind. Now you're going to have to work for everything. And what's the only way that you come out of the curse is what? The promise of the woman having to, like the serpent was what, gonna hit the head of the woman, and the woman is gonna crush the serpent with the heel, right? That's the promise of the Christ, the promise of the awakened mind. When you go back to oneness, when you go back to unity, when you go back to the causality that all is mind, that you don't create from the five senses, you create from the mind. When you operate from the five senses, you're operating from the carnal mind, which is duality, the world of opposites. When you think that you don't have enough, when you believe in lack, when you believe in, you know, hardship and difficulty and struggle, that's the lower nature. The experience, right? So consciousness experiences itself through the five senses. And that's where the struggle begins. That's where the hardship begins until what? You arise in consciousness. You go back to Christ, right? So consciousness is what? Expanding itself through your experience in duality, through the struggle. Consciousness expands itself infinitely. But it failed that it may rise. That's it. It failed in consciousness that it may rise back to oneness. And the Bible is just telling you, if you to not struggle in life, instead of working with the five senses, you work with the mind. That's all the Bible's telling you. If you want to struggle through life, you're going to try to earn your living by the sweat of your brow. You're always going to work outwardly. You're going to struggle. You're going to strain. You're going to try to convince. You're going to try to manipulate. You're going to try to get this one to do that one and do this, do that. And you're going to struggle through life. And you're going to, you know, be exasperated. You're going to, you know, in order to get rich, you're going to think you have to work 2 or 3 jobs. Right? You're going to have to use 4 or 5 streams of income. But the Bible's telling you, if you want the easy life, use your mind. Assume that you already have it, and then allow it to take place. Assume that you're already wealthy, not how you're going to get wealthy. See, the reasoning mind, the 5 senses wants to know the how. The spirit knows it's already done. You have to decide which way when you're going to operate from. The 5 senses or from the spirit, from your imagination, from the only cause there is, which is your mind. You can use your 5 senses in your mind. You don't never have to physically use them, right? Like right now, you know you don't see with your eyes, right? You see through your eyes. So right now, can't you see a tennis ball? Can't you feel a tennis ball? You can do it all in your mind. You can bounce a tennis ball. You can hear the bounce of the tennis ball. You can do this all in your mind without ever physically doing it. And so then the question becomes, than what's real. Is it only real when you're physically doing it? Is it just as real when you're imagining it? Well, the world would tell you no. The world would say, no, that's just your imagination. And we know, oh no, it's not just your imagination, it's the cause of your physical world. What's going on in here is what's going to show up out there. Hey, Noreen. How are you? Hello, Cheryl.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you doing?
Good. I just had to share this little thing because you were talking about, the tennis ball. Excuse me. And I'm sorry.
No problem.
When I first found Neville, I would do these like imagination exercises. Because he talked about how Abdullah made him like sit and like practice movement, like just in his consciousness. So I would, try to do those kinds of things. And I remember one time I was just imagining for fun, like I was feeling a tennis ball, then I imagined a baseball, and then I imagined a golf ball. And like I felt all of them. And with the golf ball, I even imagined it being orange. And I just did it for fun. And then within like a week, one day, I'm out at someone's house and I'm walking on their sidewalk, and off to the side there was a baseball. And then another time I was somewhere else, and I was at someone's house and I saw a tennis ball on the floor. So like I picked it up, and then I was like, oh wow. And then one day I was taking out the garbage at my house, and my husband golfs, and there was an orange golf ball like right by the garbage can.
Nice.
And it's just so funny to me because, lately I've just been thinking about like, I've been listening to some other things, like kind of the Christ consciousness, but more so about like the experience. And I was, just kind of thinking, like what are the applications like with what I'm learning, and what I'm embodying, because, I was just really starting to notice, because I am being more aware of my thoughts. Like sometimes they happen instantly, I'll think about a couple times lately, like I'll think about my sister. And I'm not kidding, less than a minute, she calls me.
Beautiful, yeah.
And then the other day, like one day I was out walking my dog, and I have a lot of woods around where I live. And, I was looking over somewhere, and I just happened to see, which is so funny because I was talking with someone about how when we first moved into our house, we see a lot of turkeys. But there's a lot of coyotes around. So we don't have as many turkeys. Our coyote population has grown. But, so I just, looked over to this like little wooded area I was walking by, and, and I just kind of looked for a little bit longer, like, kind of staring off. And all of a sudden I noticed something moving, and it was a turkey. And it was like a mother turkey, and there was like 6 or 7 little babies.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so I was like, wow, I was just talking about turkeys, And then, but the funny part is like a couple of days ago, I was just out walking my dog again, going down this little street, and, I was just thinking about the turkeys and like how fun it was to see them, and just kind of wondering about them. And like, I'm not kidding, like a couple seconds later, like I just my dog stopped and sniffed, and I like turned around, and the turkeys were crossing the street.
Oh, nice.
I'm just enjoying it. Like it's, I'm just sharing this because like I'm enjoying it. It kind of reminded me, I was listening yesterday, when Miss Kitty shared about the lettuce. Like just really and I almost feel like the more I accept this, and, like I'm really like, it's kind of getting deeper and deeper as this is really how it's working. It seems like I said, things are happening kind of quickly or instantly sometimes, and so it just had me thinking more about one thing I really loved listening to was when, June called in and she was talking about how, people said she couldn't, like, you can't grow things in the dirt and, wherever she lived, like, is it Kansas?
Yeah,
And she was
Missouri, I
just
think.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, and I was like a challenger, like, you can, I can do what I want, I'm God. And, just kind of thinking like, what do I want to do with this? Like now that like having more intention in my life, because I feel like it's finally getting to that level of real acceptance, and almost like that accountability piece is like speaking to me, because it's not just about not getting what you don't, like making sure you're not thinking about what you don't want, but like, I think, yesterday or the day before I was, when Soul was on, he was like, what rules do you want to live by? And so that was kind of fun, like thinking, like, gosh, like, what do I want my reality to be? Not what I don't want it to be.
Yeah, right.
So I don't know, just like really enjoying like the kind of deeper understanding, like the thoughts that are kind of kicking around, like how to use this, like I said, more intentionally. And so when you talked about the tennis ball, like it just made me think about like how sometimes like you just do something, like you say, I didn't do that with any intention to have those come into my life. So I think about it also shows like, you can be thinking about what you don't want just as a random thought, like not even like, it just pops into your mind kind of thing. And you just have to be so aware,
Yeah.
Like you said, everything, everything that we experience, we bring.
Yeah. Because it's just about attention, right?
Right.
That's all that's required. That you just touch it, right? If I could just touch the hem of this garment, if I could just touch it, and that's what you were doing. You were touching it in consciousness, and then you let it go.
Yeah, I just got it. When I was done, I just got up and I like never gave it another thought. And I think it wasn't really until I saw the tennis ball that I realized, like, oh my God, I also saw that softball. Because it's like, again, the thing is like, we talk about like how it just happens so naturally. Like sometimes it's not like, 5 seconds later when I got up, a tennis ball fell out of the sky.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, so that's what I'm like. We're talking about time when it's really processed. Somebody had to put those balls there.
Right.
The heavens are not dropping balls out the sky.
No, because I think, people want like a miracle, right? That's the proof that they want. Like they want this miracle.
They want a magic trick.
Yeah.
They want a magic trick. And it's just like, you are the magic trick. They want abracadabra. I'm going to make this bunny disappear. Right?
Yeah, they want you to like do the things like that Jesus is attributed to in the Bible.
But yeah.
He
took a whole pot of water and just turned it into wine. Did he now?
Well, that's, if you want to take it that way.
Yeah. And I think that's what, like, reading Neville Goddard, like who you mentioned, reminds you that things happen in a natural, normal way. That's why people forget. Or they think it would have happened anywhere. Or that was a coincidence. Or that was happenstance, right? Because it happens in a natural, normal way, the logical mind is going to say, well, the cause was physical. And you have to recognize, no, the cause was me. It was my mind.
Well, yeah, because also like when you're living your life, like that's, you're just thinking all these things are happening naturally to you, because that's just how, we're trained to believe, right? Like if you go to work, this happens. If you do this, Y happens, and instead of realizing it's your belief that they're going to happen. You're thinking like attention to something, and then later on, you have that experience, but you don't even realize that you're doing it. You just think it's fate or, destiny or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or like you said, coincidence, and that's been like one of the best parts about like understanding the whole consciousness thing is like the freedom that it can really bring to your life, and that's like what I was enjoying some of the conversations. It's just like when you're starting to push beyond like, I don't want to think of myself so limiting anymore, and just to have that thought like is kind of something new too. Because I mean, obviously we talk about like, limited thinking, but I think sometimes again it's like, okay, well, I'm using it this way, I'm being more intentional about like my everyday life, and I'm doing the 21-day meditation, and but all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, what rules do I want to live by? I can create this reality like in a much more fun, maybe expanded way.
Yep.
So it's, there's the application of like the consciousness thing. It's just, I think, I like you like to, you like watch the documentaries and things about people. And like, I've always been kind of interested in like reading books like about, mystical experiences, or I read this really great book a couple years back by this guy, Terrence McKenna. It was called True Hallucinations. And he went off to the Amazon in the 70s with his brother and some other people because he's like kind of like a Timothy Leary, did a lot of drugs like DMT, psilocybin and all that. And he had heard about ayahuasca. So they wanted to go and do it. But he was also like a scientist. He was a very brilliant mind. So he was experiencing it, but he also was approaching it scientifically too.
Okay.
And just, it's a very interesting story, but like at the end, he and his brother did like this really big dose of, and his brother actually had some kind of break where for 2 weeks he was stuck in like a shamanic journey. And, because he understood how the mind worked, he was like, he expected that's what was happening. And he was kind of hoping that what was happening because he was afraid his brother, like everybody else in the group thought the brother had gone insane, from the drugs. But he was like, I think this happened in the brain. And if I'm right, and he was right, but the thing that was so cool to me about that experience is when he was doing that, like he and his brother could talk to each other without words, I can't think of the word, but when you can
telepathy?
read each other. Yes. His brother who wore glasses, like just.
I mean, they were having words, they just weren't using their vocal cords, right?
Yes, they were doing telepathy.
Okay.
Yeah, like he could understand his brother, like they could have conversations with each other when they were on this psilocybin ayahuasca combo. But the really cool part at the end, I thought, was like how he had this, understanding of how manifestation works. Because he started to realize like the jungle that he was in was alive or conscious of him and his brother. Like he was very much aware that it was conscious.
Wow.
And he started to interact with the jungle and like that it was all alive. And I don't remember like how he made the understanding in that state, like about manifesting. But it was just such an interesting book because it was about consciousness, and other things, but like just from a non-Christian or non-religious point of view, which, and then he does a lot of, he passed away of cancer, I think in the 80s or 90s, but he went eventually on like the college circuit. He gave a lot of lectures about consciousness and drugs and, and his experiences on them and like entering different dimensions where like he would see beings, or, he talks about seeing these like fairies.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's like interesting because like he kind of, I don't know if he ever really came to the conclusion if they were real or not, like, or just figments of his imagination. But I almost feel like from what we know, like, and what, that he probably did have another dimension kind of experience, like his mind was able to. So I just find those kind of stories interesting because I feel like I do believe there's no limitation to what we can experience if you believe it.
Yeah, your mind can produce anything, just like Christians produce devils and demons, right? They're dreaming hell or they're dreaming heaven, and what will we say? That's just in their mind, right? Because most of us don't believe that there's an eternal damnation for souls that don't accept the Christian dogma or indoctrination or doctrine, right? We would say, well, you're dreaming it because you're convinced of it. And because the mind is so powerful, it doesn't care what you convince yourself of. It will bring that into your experience. You will get to dream about it. You'll get to encounter it in some form or fashion.
Well, when you think about it too, like people who are in, the church, they've even experienced possession.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, you're not only right. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But those of us who are like, oh no, that ain't for me. Y'all can have that.
Well, that was such a relief. Like when, I learned Neville, like, when he's kind of introduced the idea, because I was like, again, I always liked the mysterious. So like I used to watch all the paranormal shows.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I liked, Bigfoot. I liked unsolved mysteries. Like I believed in aliens. Like it was just fun for me. And I just always had that thought, like, always had this sense there's more to this world than we know. And I mean, I definitely thought some people could be lying, but I was like, is everybody lying? No,
I'm not saying that they're lying. I'm saying that's how powerful our mind is. We can create realities as real to us, right? But that's their world. That's their world, not my world, right? We're all experiencing our own world, which means we're all using our minds to create these realities that may not be experienced or seen by others.
Right. And I just meant like all these people who said they saw an alien. I'm sure not every story is true, but I'm thinking, are they, that's why I was kind of thinking could be something more.
Right.
And so finding out, I did have a big belief in
yeah. So when I think all is more, I'm thinking all is you though. Like it's all more of you. It's all more of your conscience, all more, because there's only consciousness, and consciousness can express itself in infinite ways. And there's, like you said, there's no limitation to that, right? You get to use your mind and expand it in any reality you want to. So yes, if you want to believe that unicorns and fairies exist, your mind will produce that reality for you, and you'll see fairies and dragons or devils and demons, like, right? Like your mind, that's we live in a world of make-believe. All is mind. So we believe that there are aliens existing, then you're going to see aliens. Like what? Like you believe in UFOs? Your mind is going to your mind is playing tricks on you. Let me stop. But your mind will produce it.
Well, that's interesting, because I just think like how we exist, like I just believe that life exists everywhere. Mm-hmm. So it's just God in a different form that we haven't, like.
Right. This is the final frontier.
Exactly. But I do remember once, like Neville saying, like, that Earth was the only planet with life, and like and I can't remember like how he explained it, but again, like so maybe
I think everybody's right. I think everybody's right, because if it's all a dream, then everybody has to be right.
Right. Fucking stupid. It's so funny. I've been muting myself just to laugh at y'all. This is amazing. Like I can't. Everyone's right.
You should be muting yourself because you're on my panel, and wait till I ask you to unmute. Oh my goodness. Here's the thing, and I wonder if he's a Christian, because how are we saying anything different than what a Christian would be talking about? Right? Honestly, when you're telling me that there are going to be winged horses, there's going to be different horses that come through. Oh, you're an atheist? Right. Oh, okay. Okay.
But I'll tell you, like, I was thinking of it.
Well, don't come up with your assumptions, because just because you haven't experienced things doesn't mean they're not there. Just because you want to operate only by the five senses, there's more to life than what you can physically see. And you know you haven't experienced anything. You're one being with one perspective. And so you know, even the things you think you don't know because you haven't personally experienced it is hearsay for you. Because you haven't experienced everything on this plane. I'm sorry. No one has. No one has experienced everything. And so allow people to have their imagination. Go ahead, Cheryl.
Well, another thing that is always like, because I've like the consciousness, thinking about consciousness, creating reality is like there is a whole science of consciousness. But because materialists don't like it, it doesn't get any attention. And I don't know if it's still true now, but there were 2 TED Talks that were banned, and both were about consciousness.
Really?
Yes, one was by scientist Rupert Sheldrake, and one was by Graham Hancock, who he's kind of, I don't know, he was a journalist, but he kind of like, he did a whole, I read a book of his that was, he did a whole kind of exploration into the Ark of the Covenant.
Okay.
It was called The Sign and the Seal, and, he did it as a journalist, and, he said, if it did exist, supposedly these Ethiopian monks at a church in Ethiopia or Ethiopian priests have it. But, he was like very evidence based, like he took the story of, where the Ark and Sheba and like all that. And he just tried to follow the trail if it was a true story, which, of course, at the time I did think it was true. But now
it led to nowhere.
Yeah, like it's the whole... It's us, right? Like everything in the Bible. But, at the time, like I was really, like I always liked those kind of stories. Like I love the story of the Ark and the Covenant, the Knights Templars, like all that. Like I was just always...
So this person is saying Graham Hancock proved that Noah existed.
I never saw that from him. I kind of like, once I found Neville, I just kind of let all that stuff drop off because it was irrelevant.
It didn't matter anymore to you, huh? You was like...
No, because I didn't know for a while. Like I left my mind open as to whether or not I thought Jesus lived or not, because that was a little bit like, ooh, like that was like, I was so indoctrinated in it, and so many people believe it. Like I just left space for that. But eventually, like I read a book called The Jesus Mysteries, and it was just so much evidence that Jesus is just a compilation of like you say, Krishna, Dionysus, some of the Egyptian gods. Like nothing he did wasn't done by someone else, some mythical deity before him. And so then I just really knew. But going back to like the whole consciousness thing, like there's actually conventions all over the world that scientists get together and explore, consciousness and the applications. But it's just a lot of mainstream scientists won't accept it. So I think there's a lot more that probably people know about it, but they just, because someone said on your panel, like they have to have us believe certain things because if we stop believing in them, they'll disappear. So I think about that because, I'm not real conspiratorial anymore, but
you say anymore, huh?
Yeah, I did. I went down the whole, oh my God, the path that got me to here was very bizarre. Like I did all kinds of conspiracy theories, which a lot of them there's truth to, but that whole like Illuminati, like I just, like once I found Neville, I let all that go because it's like, well, if I'm God, it doesn't matter like what anybody else is doing. And I don't want to think about it because I'm just going to...
like none of my business. It has nothing to do with me. Yep, I'm here. That's what I say.
And so, it was a lot of freedom, like because I did have a lot of fears, like, the powers that be and all that, like, they're controlling us. Like I kind of bought into that for a while, and you can see it in the political and church system, like there's a lot of information we don't get or we're deceived or, hypnotized and stuff. But I just really let that go. And I thought, I'm just going to focus on my reality because, I get to decide. So That was very freeing.
And so let's see, we had a question. Kangi said, can feeling be a sense of manifestation? You've heard people say, I have a feeling that something good or bad is going to happen, etc. Right. So feeling just means what? They're thinking about it, right? And it's like a conviction of something, a knowing almost, right? You sense that, yeah, like almost some people would call it a sixth sense, right? Like you know, but you don't know why you know, right? And the feeling can be something good or it can be something negative, right? It depends on what you're giving your attention to, because it's really what you're giving your thought to, right? So you're giving your thought to something that you know a thing is going to happen, and you can just sense it or feel it or be convicted or convinced of it. To me, that's all it is. But yeah, that's a manifestation, because that's what you're giving your attention to. And that's what manifestation is an attention to a thing. And then that attention to a thing causes what? To come into your reality. Your feeling is your attention, which is your thoughts.
I had an experience once where I was at a event and there was a raffle, and I knew right before the raffle was pulled that I was going to win. And now I think, because I felt that, like before I thought I was like maybe psychic, not psychic, intuitive. I definitely believe we're, intuition, but now I think, just because I had that feeling, but it was such a knowing, like sometimes the knowing, I don't know if you've ever had that strong knowing.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That's about every desire, everything that I have purposefully decided I would experience, there was a knowing. We say feeling. To me, feeling is different than feelings.
Right.
So yeah, your feeling, yes, which is just like you said, it's an intuitive guidance. Like you have no question. You're not questioning this result, right? You just like, yeah, I'm winning that. I ain't even got to question. I ain't got to think about it no more. It's a done deal. So you're not even surprised that it happened, because you're like, yeah, I knew it. And we're gonna describe it as felt, right? I felt it. It was something within me knew, took a hold of this belief, of this whole, and I don't know why. I just do. I can't explain it. It's just something in me just telling me, yeah, that thing right, that's going to happen. Like a lot of people that win the lottery, right?
Right. You talk about that.
Yeah, some of them, they dream the numbers, they hear the numbers, or some of them just have a feeling, right? They have a deep conviction about, this is my time. Let me go buy this ticket. Something just is leading them towards that direction. All of them say it. It's something in them. Well, not all of them, but most of them say somehow they just knew. Like it was one guy, he had won like a huge jackpot. A young guy too. He was like in his 20s. And he said he went to the gas station and looked up at the camera because he knew he was going to win.
He knew that?
He knew that as he was purchasing his ticket, he looked up at the camera.
Wow.
Yeah. He was like, yeah, I know. His name was Emmanuel. Because I watched him on YouTube. I was like, wow, because I went to his story. Because I want to say he was somewhere near close to Illinois, maybe Wisconsin or Michigan or somewhere. He wasn't too far from Illinois. And I want to, at time, into manifestation, want to hear, because to me, everybody's manifesting, whether they know the law or not. And you understand when you hear people about their dreams coming true or whatever, and you listen to them, you hear them saying it was something within them telling them that, right? They had decided that this could be a thing, right? And you're hearing their process of how it happened, how it all came to be, how it manifested. And then when you hear those stories, you're like, yep, it's all mind. It's just something within them just knows that this is, like I said, different ones will say, no, I just kept hearing numbers and the numbers just would not stop. And so I had to go play it. Or I dreamed the numbers, or I dreamed winning. Like some people don't even dream the numbers. Some people just dream winning, and it just feels so real to them. They feel like it's an out of body experience, and they're like, I gotta go play. I know I'm going to win. I know. And, you know, some people, like there's one lady. Cause I know I've told you about Timothy Schultz. Have you ever watched this YouTube channel about the lottery winners? It was this young lady. So he said she was the first guest he had that actually won from watching his show, because she didn't know anything about manifestation, but she watched his show and she saw one lady named Cynthia Stafford. She had won $112 million on purpose, reading Dr. Joseph Murphy's book, The Power of the Subconscious Mind. And by the way, she's a Jehovah's Witness. That's a whole other story. But I thought you...
Was she the one that like ended up losing or giving away all her money?
Losing. Yeah, she ended up going bankrupt. Yeah. And she said she listened to another guy that had won it. And then she started listening to, she started watching How Lottery Changed My Life. And she started watching manifestation videos. So she started taking their advice about how to manifest. So she said she would just start visualizing. She called it dreaming at first. And he was like, dreaming? Are you saying you were dreaming or that you were visualizing? She said, no, I was visualizing it. But at the time she was calling it dreaming. But she meant she was visualizing it. And she said every day she would write it down. He said every day. She said, yep, every day. And then she said, I started acting as though, because not only did she want to win the lottery, she wanted to win the lottery to move. She also wanted a specific apartment. And so she said she started writing out and calling moving companies. So she was acting as though it had already happened, even though it hadn't. She said she would tell her boyfriend, you know, I'm gonna win. What you want me to buy you? It's like, girl, you ain't gonna win. It's like, okay, but what you want me to buy you? Because I want. And then she said she would imagine that she would go into a furniture store and she would just be like, I want that, I want that, I want that. And she said, and the things that she was imagining, that actually happened. So she actually went into a furniture store and started saying, I want that, and I want that, and I want that. And I just like listening to her because she's so bubbly with it. And she's like, oh my goodness, and she's just like, because she thought, here's the thing, she only wanted to win about $10,000 because she just wanted enough to move. Right, she was like, she said, we had to move, we gotta move. And the day she won the lottery is the same day she manifested her apartment. But originally, she was told that she was denied, but she did not accept it, because when she was applying for the apartment, they told her, "Well, it's thousands of people. You probably won't get it." She said she heard it, but she dismissed it. She's like, "Anyway, that's my apartment," and she had got an email saying that she didn't get it. Well, the day that she won the lottery, she got another email saying actually she did get it.
Wow.
And she won on a fast play. She said she was only going for like $10,000, just enough to move. She pay a deposit, get some furniture, what have you. She ended up winning a $200,000 jackpot.
Wow. That's like the shakedown, press together.
Yeah.
Right? We always get more than what we ask.
And then she have to go out and tithe and give to somebody else. Like, if you want, how people, like when I first came into manifestation and you're listening to all these videos, right? Because you think you still don't know, right? You're trying to find out, like, what is this manifestation, right? How do we use it? How does it work, right? And you're hearing people say, I think it was Neil Donald Walsh, because, he wrote that Conversations with God. Did you ever listen to that?
I read that book.
Okay, so I listened to it on YouTube. I listened to it. And then I would see some of his videos, and he would say that, well, if you want to to be wealthy, you got to go out and pass out money, right? So he would be like, well, if you want money, take $20, put it in ones and fives, and then just go pass it around, because it's called the law of reciprocity. I'm just like, again, that just didn't make sense. I guess I didn't understand it, because I don't know if I think I had been listening to him and Abraham Hicks. I hadn't yet found Neville Goddard. But then when I found Neville Goddard, because I wasn't doing everything. I tried to do what Abraham Hicks, because I bought her book, Asking It Is Given, and she had like 23 different methods, techniques in the back of the book. And I was like, damn, 23. Like, and I might have did like one or two, but I'm like, this just seemed like too much work. I'm just like, and then Neville Goddard, it kind of like just like the things I had been thinking that it shouldn't take all that, he kind of confirmed that, right? Like, you don't have to give money to get money. You don't have to do anything but imagine that you have it already. And then the money will come. Like, you're not supposed, and his big thing was like, don't even try to include money in the manifestation, right? Unless you specifically want money. Because he did talk about different people that did, right? Like the one, do you remember the horse race guy, the guy that had won from the horse race? He heard someone talking about winning that way, and he asked Neville, could I do that? He's like, of course you could, right? So he was like, he imagined that he went to the that he was depositing large sums of money onto his account. And so he went to the horse race. He's like, okay, now I'm gonna do it. I firmly believe that I'm gonna have this money, and I'm going to like, imagine that he was at the bank teller, right? Because no, we don't do bank tellers now, but back then he was imagining that he was standing at the with the bank teller and giving him a certain amount of money that he would be depositing. Well, then accidentally placed a bet twice, and that's how he ended up winning the exact amount of money he saw himself. Right? It was an accident. Wow. I'm telling you, Neville, they have some fascinating stories, man. Because it's this website that has like 300 of his lectures, and I got all three. I downloaded onto my iPad. Go ahead. What was you about to say?
I used to print the lectures.
Did you?
Because I could find them in PDF. Yeah, I love. I used to listen to Neville every day. I just loved, like, I would kind of study his, but the problem or it wasn't a problem, but what I was noticing is like I was getting anxious, like, so I let it go for a little while, and I've listened more like Joseph Murphy right now, just because he approaches it a little different. And, but Neville was like such an influence. Like, I feel like when I found him, like, because I found him through Wayne Dyer, and when I heard that, I am is God, I just knew. Because I started my quest to know God when I was in my 20s, and I read like all kinds of I read books about the Kabbalah. I read the autobiography of a yogi. I read.
So you're well studied. You know who else read autobiography of a yogi?
Yes,
Felicia Rashad. Felicia Rashad.
Yep.
I was like, wow, my daughter has sent me a video of her today, and somebody was talking about her backstory on, the mystic system or whatever, and how she was introduced to it by her mother, and she's a vegan and all of that. But go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, well, I just see clips of her sometimes on TikTok where she said something to the effect of, if she could live on Mars.
Yeah.
Something like that. But so, I just really like the thing that you can't tell anybody, and what, who doesn't believe this, is when you just know something is true, it, like, you cannot not, like, it just resonates. It's like I kind of think of it like, like the, my I am, or my, higher self, like something just hits a ping there, like, and you just can't go back, like, and I think about it now, like, especially because, listening to you with like Christians coming up or other lives, it's almost
so what did you feel like clicked it for you, especially you, because a lot of people say they read that The Life of a Yogi, and that like transforms their whole existence.
Well, because like, I believed everything I believed all this stuff, like, because they say, like, in, everybody's on a search for God, but in India they tell you God is in you, and they believe it. Like, they do all these kind of like control the weather, they can buy locate if you believe it, and I really liked it, and I wanted, like, the foundation, I think it's called the Self-Realization Foundation, like, you could send away for like a newsletter, but they wanted you to pay, like, you had to get like all these they talked about like how, he was into meditation and all the experiences, but they didn't really show you like how he didn't really share like his enlightenment, so you, like, I
it was like behind a paywall or something.
Yeah, like, it was a very small amount, but like, it supported them, and and then every month or so you get a new thing, and I think it was like they drip, the information.
Keep
But,
that money circulating, right? You want a little bit more. You should follow
Well,
the breadcrumb. We gonna breadcrumb you to death, huh?
Yeah, and like on Facebook, you know, I followed like Kabbalistic Facebook groups, but they wanted to, like, to me, they safeguard, or I don't know, maybe some of them don't even know, but it's just like they want to be so intellectual and like they know more than you. And so when I finally heard Neville, and his teachings were so simple, and I just knew, like, this is God, this is how easy it, like, God wouldn't make it so complicated. Like, and so that was like when I let go of conspiracy theories. I just let go of everything because I'm like, this is the path, and this is the path I've been looking for years. Mm-hmm. And it was kind of like that Rumi quote says, that which you are seeking is seeking you. Ask and you will find. And the thing is, it's like, just don't give up. Like, mm-hmm. I've shared this with you before, like this certain part of this process has had difficulties for me because having so much fear, but I'll just never give up, mm-hmm. Because I know it's true and I do keep seeing progress. So it's just that perseverance and, and knowing that my higher self is helping me. I get a lot of help, I feel like I always have. So
beautiful.
Feel really blessed that way. So I see you have someone else. So thanks I figured I'd come and chit chat.
Thank you. I enjoyed the conversation. Beautiful. I loved it. Thank you so much, Cheryl.
Thanks.
Look at you guys so comfortable. Look, we were talking for a good time.
There weren't too many people up, so I'm like, now's a good time. I'm sitting here by myself. And well, when you talked about the tennis ball, I was like, I got to tell that story.
Yes.
That was just funny.
Thank you so much.
So long.
Hello, Latoxic. How are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's going great. How about yourself?
Good. Sorry to have missed Cheryl's insights. I'm gonna have to go back and watch. I always love her stories.
Yes, you get great insights.
Yes. I just came up here because I think this person, if they were trying to turn the camera on, I don't know what's going on, so I just wanted to.
Oh, okay. Cool,
yeah.
Cool.
FYI, I was like, we don't typically turn our cameras on. There's like a couple people who do that, but let's keep it chill, Yeah?
Yes.
That's all.
Thank you. Hello, Zozo. You can unmute.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, fantastic.
Good.
Yeah, I'm a Christian. I just wanted to have a bit of a understanding according, what you see. You say about the Bible is a manifestation book. Mm-hmm. And you also said God wants you rich. Your nature is abundance. And I haven't really listened to you earlier. Mm-hmm. To have some sort of how do you correlate these sentences with the knowledge of the Bible? That's why, because as a Christian, I don't really understand what you mean by this.
Oh, okay. Several scriptures in the Bible confirm what I have on the screen. Several. I mean, all of the scriptures, but I don't know every scripture in the Bible, but I can give you the ones that I utilized to confirm.
Yeah.
So,
the New Testament, sorry.
Yeah, so you have, I believe it's Proverbs 10:22. The blessings of the Lord makes you rich and adds no sorrow to you. That right there is enough. You'll be rich with just the blessings of the Lord. So to me, that means God wants you rich because the blessings make you rich. You can't help but be rich when you are blessed of God. It's impossible to be anything other than that. And then you have, now this particular scripture, I don't remember where it is, but I'm sure you're very familiar with it, where the Christ says, I came that you may have life and that more abundantly. Yeah.
Yeah, abundantly. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And you probably heard this so many times, but is it not? Is there no possibility where you got the context wrong?
No. I don't see. I mean, how else are you going to define rich and abundantly?
Life abundantly. You just the same analogy that you said there. Why fighting for a cup of water when you can get the whole sea? So basically, he's talking about why focusing about your life here where is limited, where you should focus about the eternity, the kingdom to come, or something like that. So he basically is saying like he's the living water, so he gives life abundantly, basically the eternal life.
Oh. And so you think that the kingdom is a future reality and not a present one?
To be honest, because the God that I worship, I believe is perfect, so I would not believe this is his end goal. Because with all the sufferings and death and disease and cries, I believe he said at the end, no more sorrow, no more pain, no more suffering, no more unaliving. So I believe everything that everyone, us human that complains about the basic morals, like why God leave the suffering of childs and this and that. And if our morals as mortal is already to criticize those things, so I believe God, that's not what God intends us to live in this type of life.
Interesting. It's not what he intended, but it's what he allows. Square that circle. Why does he allow something he does not intend? That doesn't even make sense to me. He does not intend it, but he definitely allows it. Why? When he has the power to change it.
It's a process to filter the people that it's a process of filter love between.
Yeah, that's why I'm no longer a Christian, because Christianity teaches you God got favorites. And so the Bible does not speak of a kingdom that's yet to come. The Bible speaks of a kingdom that is present now. And how do I know this? The Bible says so. So we're going to stay in the book. And there's another script that says, repent. Why? Because the kingdom is what? Later at hand? Later?
Yeah.
Or is it now? It's a now thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's now, not near, now. And the Bible also tells you where this kingdom can be found. Luke. Now I remember that script. Luke 17 and 21.
No, I don't understand what you're saying. You just a bit of a misconception that like the kingdom is within us, but at the same time, the church is us, the believers.
Oh.
So the kingdom is here.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Christianity teaches division. You're saying that God is only the God of some and not the God of all. And I'm saying that God is the God of all. God is behold, I am the Lord, I am the God of all flesh, not some flesh, all flesh.
Do you actually believe every word of the Bible, or do you believe in your own sort of analogy, like what the truth within is, but you don't believe in the whole text?
Well, I could ask you the same thing. Do you not believe in the whole Bible? Because I think you only pick and choose what you believe too. I do too. I just don't believe. I just don't agree with the interpretation of Christianity. I don't agree with how Christianity interprets the Bible.
Christianity interprets the Bible. We have the Bible written in Hebrew. You can do your own different sort of translation and trying to do your own comparison to our own understanding.
And I have. That's why I'm no longer a Christian, because I've done exactly what you said. I did. I went to the original. I have a concordance. I have a metaphysical Bible dictionary. I can go on Bible Gateway and get about 30, 40 different translations. I have done the research, and I found Christianity lacking in its interpretation of the scriptures and how they view God.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you one thing, and I like this conversation. I don't want to get you irate because you're very knowledgeable.
Oh no, I'm not gonna get irate. You don't gotta worry about that. I don't take this. I don't take it personal. I do not take it personal. And I appreciate that you're being very respectful. You know, I enjoyed the conversation too. If more Christians presented themselves like you do, I wouldn't mind having those conversations.
Oh, thank you. Do you actually believe that the death of Jesus was necessary for the?
No.
Yeah. Okay. All right. This I kind of knew that. So, what do you think? Since you believe in every word of the Bible, what do you think about that scripture about?
That is allegory. That is an allegory. That there was no actual Jesus that existed in time and space. None of the characters, though. The way I interpret the scripture, none of the characters in the Bible are real. They're all states of consciousness. They're all characters. It's just characters in a book.
What do you mean by states of consciousness if you don't?
Hold on one second. Let me I'll get to you once I'm done with Zozo.
So if they never really existed in the state of mind, so why we're in 2026 from the death from the birth of Jesus Christ or something like that? Why that sort of belief? Why the Romans are the biggest empires and using a small Hebrew Israel that was under persecutions to make it a reference for the whole world? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, they combined what you would call secular teachings with Christian teachings, because that's where you get the celebration of Christmas and Easter from. Those will be considered secular beliefs, not Christian beliefs, because you do know bunnies don't lay eggs, right? You do know Easter is based on Ashtar, right? Yes. And that Christmas is based on the winter solstice.
Winter.
Yeah. So you do know, okay, so that's why the Romans did it, because they were all about uniting the world under one belief system. It's all about control and manipulation. That is not hard to figure out why they did it.
They combine Christianity with their own belief, and then
and Christians and to this day, and Christians to this day still uphold that belief system. Now I'm not gonna say all Christians do, but a very large number of the different denominations do.
That's why I'm fully focused about the Bible, because all those things not in the Bible. I don't understand all this.
But you're not fully focused on the Bible because your question was referencing the world. You went outside of the Bible and asked me, why are we counting time?
Yeah, because
you're talking about the calendar, which has nothing to do with the Bible. No, you brought it outside of the Bible.
It has something to do with the existence of Jesus.
No, it has something to do with the Romans bringing the world together. That's the only reason why they started the calendar year in the way they did.
That's what
they changed times. They changed times and seasons. That's what they did.
I said, why are they choosing a hero or a person?
Is this a real question, or are you just kind of asking a rhetorical question?
No. Obviously, I'm trying to get for her to be more open-minded about what she's saying, and then where I'm going for this.
We know why the Romans chose the time period that they did to start a new calendar.
No, not the time period. Why they choosing the person of Jesus, which is from a slave or a under.
Slave of what? Who was slaves? Romans did not own Jewish slaves.
No. What I'm saying is that the Romans.
Well, they did occupy Judea.
They do occupy Israelite, and Israel was under oppression.
Israel
of
did
the
not
Romans.
exist when the Roman Empire created the new. Israel did not exist when the Roman Empire created the new calendar.
Yes, they did.
No, they did not.
Israel the Roman never be under the Israel never be under oppression of Romans.
Romans ruled that area, but you're talking about a country, a people group. We're talking about geography here. There's a lot of different things that you're kind of like smushing together
No.
to make it seem like we're talking about Israel today, and that's not the case.
No, I'm not talking about Israel today. I'm talking about back in the days. I'm saying that the massive empire of Roman, which Caesar was actually worshipped as divine. They can use Caesar to have the reference point of time, but they're choosing a non-existent.
Which Caesar are we talking about?
I'm trying to link why they're using Jesus, a small character, a small person from a village.
I hear what you're trying to say. Here's what I want to say. There are real answers to the questions that you're asking. Okay, and there are historical reasons. There are reasons in history that we know about as to why Romans became Roman Catholic. Why Romans became Christian. Right? There are real reasons for that. None of it has to do with the divinity of God. Romans worshipped a whole lot of fake gods. They had a very strongly documented experience of worshiping all kinds of gods. They worshipped Jupiter, they worshipped Mars, they worshipped all of these gods that we know are not real.
And they knew Jesus was represented the sun god. So that's why. I mean, Christians may not see that, but the Romans definitely knew it, which is why they adopted it. Because they were worshiping the sun. They were worshiping the planets. That's why.
There are real reasons and answers to the questions you're asking. None of them are spiritual reasons, is what I'm trying to point out.
And I get it. Christianity is not going to tell you that part of it.
Right.
They're going to make you think, oh, the world is based on Christianity doctrine. No, it's not. It's based on Roman rule. That's what it's based on. It's not based on Christian mythos. It's based on Roman mythos.
That's all I was trying to get at. Like, if we really want to get down to the actual history of it, fine. If you want to talk about the spirituality of it, the Romans don't have a great track record for worshiping real gods. Unless you believe that Mars and Jupiter exist, and that Dionysus existed, and all these other, if you don't believe that those gods existed, why would you believe that they believed in a new god?
They just added one more god to the mix. To the mix. That's all they did. They added one more to the recipe.
It just happened to get codified and packaged up in a certain way such that it ended up, once the Romans conquered all the rest of the world, then that's why Christianity spread the way that it did. If they hadn't done that, Christianity would still be a small cult in Jerusalem, in those areas, in the Middle East. So, there's a reason why Christianity spread the way that it did. There's a reason why Romans started to worship that version of
Inquisitions and crusades much.
There's a lot
colonialism,
of
imperialism,
lots of wars, lots of actually.
They were making you be Christian. I mean, then they realized, we don't really have to force it. We just have to indoctrinate. Because once they stop forcing, they recognize, if we can get these people to imprison themselves with this doctrine, it's a gravy train for us.
I wasn't even going spiritually, but I agree with you. The Romans were embracing so many different type of things, but they have the core foundation of their own belief as well. They were just allowing people to worship whatever they worship in their cities and stuff like that. But
you're going to decide that Christianity was the one that was right, as opposed to all the other ones. Like, what makes Christianity right as opposed to all the other ones they accepted?
Okay, the good question is why did the women finally embrace it and blending with their own belief and making Christmas and all these things for a small village?
They didn't blend. They gave it to you. You didn't give it to them. They gave Christians these dates and these happenings to observe. They gave it to Christianity. Christianity didn't give it to them. They changed Christianity's belief and said, hey, if we're going to come and unite, you have to take up these beliefs. And Christianity said, yes, they abided. They diluted their belief just to conform, even so that would go against the Christ doctrine, which says, be in the world, but not of the world. But Christianity was like, nope, we're going to be of the world. We're going to go ahead and roll with the Romans. And we're going to go ahead and accept these secular belief systems. We're gonna worship this. We're gonna worship the.
Conquerors. It's just a history. When conquerors come to a place, they enforce the language. They enforce the belief on you.
Exactly, and that's what we say. Right, that's what we say about Christianity. That's what Christianity did.
Since the beginning.
That's what Christianity did. Christianity did the same thing.
No, I say prior to Christianity, we talked about Romans time. Before Jesus was even alive. Before they said Jesus never existed. Let's go back. When the Hebrew have the Old Testament with them,
we hear you.
and they
You
were
don't,
under
you don't have to go
oppression
back.
of the
I get what you're
Romans,
saying, but like the
why
question
the
I'm asking is,
Romans
why do you
have
bring
to
that up?
embrace this little village that was under their oppression? Because
We
the
already
whole
tried to
world
explain.
already...
So here, you want to know the real historical reason why, or
Yes,
are you curious about that?
Yes, please.
So Emperor Constantine, his mother became a Christian. Prior to 380, Christianity was not the actual religion in Rome. It became the official religion in Rome in 380 AD, right? So before that, Constantine's mother became a part of this, what was at the time considered a cult. It's like an occult, not in a negative way, just more or less like a sect, right? A small group of people who believed, something that was kind of fringe at the time.
The Greek already had the Christianity in 300.
No, that's the Greeks.
The Ethiopians already had
the Greeks
Christianity.
were not around in 300. The Romans conquered the Greeks. The Romans conquered the Greeks a long time before that. So no, that's not. Oh, where'd he go?
I don't know. He left.
All right.
Oh well. I mean, yeah. Asking us about secular history and trying to mesh it with Christian doctrine, like, what are we doing?
Yeah,
how are you trying to make that be a selling point?
Yeah, you can look it up. The history is online. You can look it up.
Yeah.
Oh well. It's fair.
Oh well.
If you want to make it spiritual, then I guess you can make it spiritual. I guess I don't know. Go with God. I guess.
They're like, well, why? If Jesus was so, I get it. He's trying to say if Jesus was so insignificant, why would the Romans adopt it? But you just said it's because Constantine's mother liked it.
He became a believer of
that makes sense. He did it for mommy dearest.
Because of that religion, because of her influence, they decided to make it the official religion.
Oh, okay. Mommy dearest said, "Hey, let's go. Let's get this one. Let's get this a twirl." Okay.
So that's really what. Yeah. So long story short, it was a very calculated decision. And I think too, people always talk about how Jesus was so, there were 500 eyewitnesses of his ministry and da-da-da-da-da. But he was this lowly carpenter who no one knew about. So how did he become so popular? You got to pick a lane. It can't be one. Either he's popular and well-known or he wasn't. If he wasn't well-known, well, that's true because we don't have any actual evidence of him ever existing. That's the first
thing. And I'm
thing.
saying 500 witnesses and we don't have one name.
Come on now. Let's do some math real quick.
Not one of them. We don't know not one. Out of 500 people, we have no names.
A literal miracle.
Can you give us one name that he?
Come on now. Not one. All of them were illiterate. All of them couldn't write. Let's be. We gotta pick. They love to pick and choose when Jesus was, whether he was popular or not. You gotta. Sorry, I'm still stuffed up, y'all. It's either he was popular or he wasn't. Either he was well known and written about, and there's lots
it's when it's convenient, girl. You know how it is. It's when it's convenient.
I didn't mean to make him go. I thought we were he might have gone by accident.
Yeah, I thought we were having a good conversation too. I mean, he was stuck on the Roman rule though. I don't know how you thought that was gonna be a good argument.
Yeah, that's not the.
You need to leave the Romans alone. You need to leave the Romans out the conversation.
They believe in a whole lot of things.
So using them as the example is not good. No.
And they were strongly connected to the Egyptians who also believed in about anything. So I'm not saying it's wrong to believe, but they were not very particular.
It's a hodgepodge. It's a hodgepodge of beliefs. A little of this, I take a little of that.
Strongly connected to the Romans at the time. That's why all these stories sound the same.
You get a god. You get a god. You get a god. You are a god. Thunder god, war god, sun god, rain god.
We got a god for everything.
Man.
Fertility god.
Man.
We got a god for the cows, a god for the crocodiles, a god for the dogs, a god for the cats, everything. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. We got another god. It's no big deal.
There's another one to the pot.
Yeah,
that's okay. Hey, A-Town, how are you?
What's up?
Everything is everything.
Everything is everything, and it's already done.
Yes.
Yeah, buddy was he was trying to go back though. He was trying to go in there.
Oh, slaves, what?
Yeah. But what's up, with y'all? What's up, Toxic?
What up? I'm good. You know,
Yeah,
stuck in
yeah, work.
home. I'm at home at work.
Yeah.
I did not go in today. It's a heat wave out here.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like about to be 100 today.
Ooh.
No bueno.
Yeah, so I'm inside.
Yeah.
So no outside for me.
For once.
Yeah, for once I'm inside.
Yeah,
That's the only
for
thing that
once.
keeps me inside.
So the heat is just unbearable, huh?
Take the heat wave to get your ass inside.
Oh, the heat wave will sit me down, okay?
I ain't mad
'Cause
at
I
you.
have been inside.
Yeah, no, that's good. What's up, Cheryl? But yeah, just wanted to tap in, see what's up with everybody.
It's amazing. It's amazing when people get to talk about we were in slavery for 400 years. You weren't in slavery for 400 years. Y'all love to talk about we. You don't know anybody personally. Maybe if you do go back and look and do a what they call them, those things, those
Genealogy.
Yeah, genealogy. You go back and you go down your family tree.
Right.
But you're not gonna know them personally. You're just gonna say they're part of your family tree.
Right.
And you have no idea what it was like back then.
I told people I'm 5 generations removed from slavery because my great grandmother was born post slavery. She was born free in 1876, I think. So it's been a long. We're several generations removed. That's all I'm saying.
And then here's the thing: they're only talking about the South though, because the North didn't. I mean, I can say they didn't own it, but it wasn't as prevalent in the North.
They did, but it wasn't like
It was not like the South, And a lot of that's why a lot of people went up north for the freedom. They had to leave the South, and then
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Yeah, that's how my family ended up in Indiana. We didn't go to Chicago like everybody else. I guess my grandmother just stopped here in Indiana. I guess Indiana was good enough for her. I don't know.
So you got a lot of your family's everybody's from Indiana?
My immediate family, so like my mom, my mom was raised here. My dad was raised here.
Okay, so you got roots here.
Yeah, so both of our families. My dad's side of the family is from Illinois. From like Peoria.
Oh, okay.
Like Champaign.
Okay.
So that's like where my dad's side of the family is from. But my mom's side of the family all of my family is from Mississippi, except for my mom and like our immediate people. Everyone else is down south. So yeah, that's up here.
Oh, here we go. Here they go trying to make the Bible literal. Nobody was unalived in the Bible. Sorry. Not a being in the Bible is unalived. Just didn't happen.
Can't find no bones.
The Bible's a psychological. The Bible is not a historical text. None of those people in the Bible. And here's the thing. I know when I say none of those people in the Bible exist. Okay, there was a Pontius Pilate. He was just a character in the book, though. He was just put there to make the story seem real and relatable. No different if you I like how you said the toxic in the comic books of Peter Parker, Spider-Man, they mentioned Barack Obama. Does that now make Peter Parker real because they mentioned Barack Obama, who's an actual real person?
Right.
I know, right?
That doesn't make Peter Parker real all of a sudden because the comic book strip says the president of the United States from 2008 to 2016 was Barack Obama. Barack Hussein. Listen, Hussein Obama,
yes,
right? Or Barack Hussein Obama.
That's what we like to call a literary device. It's a way to make a story sound real. You add real characters to the story, real people to the story to give validity to the story. That's it. It's just a literary device. It's not a real thing.
The Simpsons is real.
Man, the way they be talking about history for real.
Yeah, Simpsons really does that shit. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yep. Peter Parker lived in New York City. Must be real because he lived in New York City. He was alive during the time of Barack's presidency. He just say the same age every time you come out though. Like he don't never age. I mean, Spider-Man should be how old now?
You should be in a,
Right. How many Spider-Mans have we had?
You should be
Exactly.
in a wheelchair by now.
He found the fountain of youth.
Black Spider-Man.
He found the fountain of youth.
I know, right?
It's so funny. You know, that's one thing else too is that people are talking about how like, oh, well, the stories mentioned like Pontius Pilate and all that. So apparently back then and during those time periods, you would have it was not uncommon for people to write letters as gods. So people would write letters from Hercules to Hercules' wife. Like that type of thing. And it's like, again, it's not it's not real. People would just write that way, you know, for shits and giggles, I guess. I don't know why.
Same reason why people lie today, but shits and giggles, right? They like people have stopped lying because they wrote put it on pen and paper. That makes it. They act like because it was pen to paper that gives it validity.
Right.
Like people can't write lies on a piece of paper and print about it. They've always had salacious type stories, right? People always use their imagination to get people to enjoy or believe in something, right? That's what they call them now, though. What did they used to call them? Like the Post? Was it the Post or the Inquirer? What did they call those type of?
Yeah, the National Enquirer stuff.
Yeah.
What's fake news stories?
Yeah, they used to call it something though before then.
Like,
we call it fake news now, but
let me go back. Let me go back to my archive. Give me 1 second.
They used to call it something back then. Oh, go ahead, A-Town.
Oh no, I was good. I just wanted to chat. I was going to tell everybody, thanks for the likes. We're going to get to 100K today.
Tabloids. There we go. Thank you. That's the word. Tabloids. Thank you. Somebody put it in. Somebody put it in the chat on YouTube. Thank you. I don't like now. I know we call it fake news now, but that's not what we always called it. I just couldn't think of it. Tabloids. Thank you. That's what it was called. Tabloids.
Yeah. So we're going to get to 100K. Check out Toyia's Facebook community. We actually have a book club coming up pretty soon here in a couple of months.
A couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks, is it? Okay, my bad.
Yeah, end of July.
Yeah, time be flying.
Mm-hmm.
And also she has some ebooks regarding manifestation, desires, just putting you on point in regards to knowing who you are as God, as the creator, and bringing accountability inside rather than outside. It's very dope books. And she also has children's books where it's relatable to kids. They're able to really grasp this and how dope it would have been if we would have had Toyia, you know what I'm saying, 30 years ago, you know what I'm saying? And my mom would have just popped on some Facebook or some MySpace, whatever, and hopped on and got an ebook from, But yeah, so grab the book so you can relate this to your kids as well. So that'll be real dope as well. So slavery was just a story. Now slavery is what it is. I just wasn't a slave, so.
No one's saying that it wasn't real. She's talking about you personally, you yourself.
Yeah, everybody was saying that we, and it was no. You know what I'm saying? We free. So, we got to do. So, yeah. But yeah, everybody tap in. Let's get these likes up. Everybody grab your daily heart me's. Let's boost this out. There's other people that love to hear this information. Yeah, I'm out, y'all. Land my plane. And thank you for yesterday, you and Kevin, and, Collective as well. I was definitely marinating my God time this morning. You know what I'm saying? And last night, just like, millions of dollars. Yes.
Yes, I know, right?
Yes.
Let's get it. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get that. So, yeah, I am that. So, yeah, appreciate you.
Love it.
Absolutely.
Yes. What's up, Kay? Now, how you pronounce your name, Kay? Capera? Is Capera? How you say it? You can unmute if you're there, Kay.
Capera.
Okay, I gotta keep that. Capera. All right.
Now you gotta pronounce the R-A, Ra.
What, the Mayat? Mayat?
No. The
What?
last part is Ra. It sounds like you saying Ra instead
Oh,
of Ra.
Ra. Kappa Ra? Kappa Ra?
Yes.
Okay, Kappa Ra.
Yes.
Okay, Kappa Ra. Okay. It's gonna take a minute. It's gonna take a minute because it's a little different. So I gotta Kappa Ra.
Wait,
Okay.
this is what I run into at work. So, and this happened with, it don't matter if it's YT men or whatever kind of man on the job. They don't know me. And so they just call me Ra. So they say, what's your name? And I say, Rock. And they say, Rock. And they'll say, everything except Ra.
Everything but Ra.
I said, R-A, Ra. And they say, oh, okay, I got it. So then they got it. So they say, Ra, everywhere. And then next thing you know, the next day or the next couple of days, when they think about it, or they do some research and go, what do that mean? What is that? And then they go look it up, and then they hate it. And they come back with the plan. Rah, 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 rah. I don't know, Lady Gaga or somebody singing some kind of song like that. They start playing with it.
Bad Romance.
So I say, okay, be careful now, because that's not it. And I don't want to play with your name. So we're not going to do that, okay? We're just going to leave that alone. And then they change their mind. But they get mad because they find out, oh, Ra's a sun god and this, that, and the third. I don't like that. I'm not going to call him no sun god.
Right, Amen, Ra.
They get mad. Like, it's not my fault, man. That you mad.
You know it's some football players. Like, we had one football player, him and his brother. His father named one of them under the wide receiver for the Detroit Lions. Is Amen Ra. And what's the other one name?
I heard that name before in the football.
Yeah, his brother. Both of them, because their father was a bodybuilder, and they're because they're what you would call like interracial, the product of an interracial couple, and so they speak like 2 or 3 languages and stuff. But we would say that we got the wrong brother. Because the better wide receiver played for Detroit. I think his brother don't even play in the league anymore. But go ahead.
I got some story times for y'all, but I don't even know what story to tell. I really.
You're funny.
So I'll tell you about the one time I was working at a job. I was outside working for this company, and we was at the forest park putting in it was 7 fields, and I forget which way it went. It was 4 and 3. So it was either 3 or 4 soccer fields, and the other fields was rugby fields. And what we did was we dug trenches and put in this felt piping. It was felt and plastic piping down in the trenches, and that way then we put a pea gravel around it, and then fill it up with sand. All throughout the football fields and the soccer fields, the rugby fields and the soccer fields. And that helps drain when it rains. So if you do it right, it's great. So it drains good. So there's one particular guy, this is what YT men do. I don't know if they do it to other guys on the panel. Some of them like to be touchy-feely, like they want to touch the black woman hair. Oh, I want to touch your hair. And sometimes they'll touch you without asking, and then it's a problem. But these white guys will say, oh, yeah, man, what's up? And before you know it, they already touching you. You go, hey, don't do that. Don't do that. Because I think you're having a flashback. I think you flashback into 300-400 years ago, and you might be somebody else to me back then, but now we're here working on the job together. So this guy got me so frustrated. I went home and I was thinking about it. I said, I'm sick of this dude. Before I know he's standing there, he even snuck up on me and touching me. So I put his name on the altar, and I got a candle, and I got a cigarette there for this ancestor. Yeah, I'm sick of this. So the next day, or the next couple of days, we at work, I'm watching him. He can't sneak up on me. But the next day, before I know it, he touching me. Hey, man, what about so-and-so? He touching me. And I was like, what? I'm so mad. I could just feel the anger. And by the time I could even feel the anger, and before he could really touch me that good, he snatched his hand away after he touched me. And I was like, what the fuck? And he was like, shit. I was like, what? And his hand was dripping blood. What the fuck?
Dang. What is going on?
I'm like,
what kind of rituals you got going on?
But I felt the anger in me when he touched me. But as he was touching me at the same time, it's like he snatched his hand away. What did I put my hand on? And he was trickling blood off his hand. And he never spoke to me again about it. I didn't say that to him about it again after that. But he kept his hand off of me after that. And I was like, that's wow.
That is wild. That is wild.
So
what voodoo you over there working with? What you
I'm one of them people that
not voodoo, hoodoo. What did it say? Not that it's bad. I'm not saying calling it bad.
I don't
but
know how to guide nobody and tell them what to do, but I'll be in myself and I'll just figure it out, and I'll just be meditating, and then the answer will come to me. Do this, do that, do this.
Wow.
You feeling this anger about something, do this with the anger. You know,
but don't you want to? I guess you don't want to harm nobody though, right?
I don't want nobody harming me, but I'm just saying, I'm not wishing something particular to happen to this person. I'm going to the altar saying, I don't like that this person is doing this. I already tried talking to them and try to make sense and talk to them in a reasonable way, and that's not working. They keep going back to sliding up on you and touching you before you know they even talking to you, they touching you. So I'm like, what else am I supposed to do? And then my mind say, do this, go to the altar, do this, do that, do that. Nobody's telling me. I'm not reading it in the book. I'm just
right. I feel you.
Spirit guy.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna question it. I'm gonna do it because I already said I used to have anger issues.
Okay.
And I had a situation happen when I was in the military, and I was already in extra duty work on the weekend. Everybody else, a lot of people got passes, but I got to stay here and do the extra duty work. And some guys didn't go off on their pass. They was around the barracks drinking and having a good time, which that's what they supposed to be able to do. They earned it. Another particular guy who was supposed to be on extra duty, he messing with me. I'm just trying to do it. He didn't grab me up. He didn't snatch me up by my collar. We got uniforms on. And a couple of buttons popped off my shirt. Before I know it, I didn't went off on the dude, and I got him hemmed up. And so somebody had to get me off of him because they was like, dude, you gotta let him go. And he was bent over. I had him in that hook. I'm bent over, he bent over, but I'm over top of him. But I got him in that, I get that headlock, a guillotine, what they call it. But I was so angry, I wasn't even myself. I was away from who I am or who I was supposed to be. And somebody had to say, hey. He's like, man, just fucking don't kill him. I'm like, oh. Somebody said, yeah, let him go, man. Come on, stop. Think about what you're doing. I said, okay, I let him go. But I'm like, I'm glad somebody was there that was reasonable.
I know, right? Like, hey, snap out of it. Come to yourself.
Yeah, because when I thought about what I was doing, I was like, oh.
That ain't what I'm trying to do, right? Yeah.
I'm glad you stopped me, sir.
It just shows you just how powerful the mind is, and like you asking for something to be interrupted, and then you said when you did it, you were doing it in anger, though, right? Like you were asking, like, I'm tired of this thing happening, and so you were coming there with, not necessarily in love.
Yeah, you don't like what this guy doing. Well, just do this and then forget all about it. The next time he touched me, he snatched his hand away.
Drew black blood, huh?
Like, well, whoa. Yeah. You don't need to explain that to nobody. You don't need to even repeat this situation in life to nobody. Don't even, just keep it in your head.
Right.
Say, hands off, folks.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, when you hear about stuff like that, so the mind is powerful.
And I want to ask the whole panel, have everybody seen, I'm getting into deconstruction again, Have everybody seen the movie Sankofa?
No. I don't. What is it called?
Sankofa.
No. Is that a new movie? It's an old movie?
No, it's old. It's by Haile Jarima. I can't really call how long ago it's been.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say 2000.
Okay.
Somewhere around 2000.
What was it about? So they said no.
There's a bird called the Sankofa bird, and so the body is facing forward, but the head is turned looking back. So it's looking to the past in order to move forward with the information that know from the past. So yeah, I look back, I know my past.
Okay.
But I'm moving forward with this knowledge. You know. And there's a scene in the movie where, because it's dealing with some people being enslaved, and they on a plantation in, I want to say, near an island. I can't call it an island, but it's not in the Americas where it's supposed to take place. But this particular plantation where they at, this lady goes back into the past. In the present, she's a model. And she's at the slave dungeons off the coast of Ghana. And she goes into the dungeon after this old man tells her that she don't need to be here in the capacity she's there for, because she's there to take pictures and frolicking on bloody ground where it's supposed to be sacred ground. He tells her, no, you ain't supposed to be here doing that. You need to go back to your past and know who you are. Yeah, he tell her, go back to Sankofa. And she gets scared and jumps. She scares her by telling her, go back. And she jumped. And she ended up going back and find out who she was in the past life.
Oh, okay.
And there's a part in there where she ran away and got caught, and they brought her back. And I guess one of the head whips, I won't call him a whip, is talking to one of the Catholic priests, and he said, "Look, Father, look at her hair," because she got her hair done up with the free Africans that live in the mountains. But she wasn't in the mountains. She got caught. That's why they drug her back. Yeah, look at her hair. She got her hair done different. She been messing around with them heathen ninjas out there. And then they beat her and make her confess God and Jesus, the Bible and all that, and never mess with heathen Africans and all this. It's a powerful scene. If that's what they did to us to beat it into us, how you deconstruct from that? You have to see a video like this to know this is what happened to some of us. And I think it'd be kind of hard to let go if you believe in, hey, the guy whipped me to stay away from Africans, and I'm not even African. I'm not even black no more. I'm just going to be with Jesus because he will whoop you. But I think there's love now. I think Jesus' love and the whipping and staying a slave is the thing I should do.
It's necessary.
It's
necessary for salvation.
Yeah.
Because those are that our slaves, says Paul, seek not to be free. Yeah, you take that Bible literal, it will F you up. Especially during the time in which it was, told to people. And yes, the current Bible, the King James Version, because I was watching C. Freeman L. and he was reading, I forget which chapter he was reading, but he was reading in the King James Version. Then he read a Bible that predated the King James Version. And he was showing you how they intentionally mistranslated the scripture to make it say something totally different. But he says the reason why he works with it, because he calls it Moorish science. And he says that the Bible is codex inscriptus. It's a coded language. And he says the reason why he uses it is because this is what most black people, because I think he was like in the 80s and 90s, this is what most black people are associated with. And you gotta lead them out of what they're in bondage to. So give them a new revelation of the book. And he uses the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. He uses and he uses astrology. He's heavy into astrology too. So he shows you where astrology is also found in the Bible. And he takes the different words and he shows you how the words are just anagrams of one another. So he talks about the word Zudikaios, and it's different ways you can spell it and pronounce it given on the language. And he's basically saying it means her web. So it's about the black widow, her web, and her web is Hebrew. Her web is an anagram for Hebrew. And so I really like how he breaks down the Bible. I mean, it's a different perspective from just being psychological, right? That's how you know the Bible is layered, and there's just not one way to read the script or to study the script. It's layered. But to me, the epitome of all of it is the mind. Even though you can understand the anatomy or the neurology of it, talking about the spinal cord, which is the serpent or the kundalini and all of that, and how the cerebellum and the cerebrum, one is the heaven and the other is the earth, and and all of those things. So my thing is, you need to study. I don't necessarily agree you need to study the past. I agree that you need to study yourself. Understand how your mind works, and so much on someone else's story of where you originated from. Because at the end of the day, it's not your story, it's their story. And they're telling you a story to make you believe in a certain truth in order for your mind to still be imprisoned by a certain system. Because that is not my story. That's not my history. That's their story. That's their history. They're trying to convince me is my history. Because they're never giving us the whole story. They're telling the version of the story that makes them feel superior and makes another group of people feel inferior. And so why would I lean into that? Because they're never going to tell it from the way it actually happened. Because they never talk about the insurrections where people were actually offing off their enslavers, their quote unquote masters, and poisoning them. They don't tell about that. They only talk about how people were whipped and people were captured and they tried to leave and they were back and they had this chopped off and that chopped off. They were hung from a tree. But they never talk about those who actually rebelled against it. We don't want to hear that story. We don't want to hear about white tea men also being hung from a tree because they didn't believe in slavery either. We ain't gonna hear that part. That's the part we're not gonna hear. We're not gonna hear the whole story. We're gonna hear the story that tries to make you feel like you're inferior to a certain group of people. And I had enough of that. That's all I heard all my life. I don't need to go back and listen to that. But if it suits you well and feel like you gain some from it, I'm not here to tell somebody what they should and shouldn't be doing. I'm just talking about me. I don't need to go back. I need to know who I am and how to manipulate and how to master my mind, right? And obviously there's different ways to do it, whatever you lean into, because again, it's your belief in the thing that causes it to manifest, right? So like you use your altars and you burn your candles, right? That's something you are convinced of works. So guess what? It does. And somebody else will do the same thing and be like, I ain't get no results. Why? What's going on? Why didn't I get it? Why didn't it work for me? Why didn't it? Because you're convinced of it where they're not. They're just trying things out, but you're being led internally, right? You said no one taught you this. This is something that is coming to you intuitively. And so you resonate with it. With someone else, they may not get the same results. Did you want to say anything else before we go to the next guest?
Sorry, Kay, I had you muted because you had a lot of background noise.
Oh, okay, yeah. It sounded like he was driving. Ra. Hello, 999 God. You have to unmute if you're talking. You were muted.
No, I'm a fade. I'm gonna sit and listen.
I thought you guys was talking about me. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. No, I was talking to Ra. But no, you can what's that? T-Boy Smith? You can unmute.
Yes, that was me.
Oh, hello. How are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Great, thank you. What's going on?
Oh, it's my turn?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I wanted to say it's kind of hard for me to understand your prompt because I'm not sure off of how you see an historical document or something that actually happened. Because you spoke of Spider-Man, and then like you guys had a short conversation about like slavery. So, and what's true and what's not, or things you hear about, you don't hear about, or you can't research yourself. I just wasn't sure on your perspective of something that we never lived about the past, but it actually happened. So I'm kind of confused on that point to what you deem like truth that actually happened. Like we can say something as simple as George Washington or Malcolm X or Martin Luther King or anything from Harriet Tubman or John Brown, who helped liberated slaves, which was a white man that was hanged for doing that. So I'm not sure, from your perspective, when it comes to historical documents, like you said, the Bible is only a manifestation, like it isn't real, like it isn't, like Jesus never actually lived, but the Bible only want to teach you of true abundance and being rich and stuff like that. So when it comes to historical events that actually happen, I'm not sure of your perspective of what is true and what is not true.
The only truth I need to consider is my own. And I feel like that's what everybody only needs to consider is their own truth.
But you know that there are people in this world who are evil, whose truth may be to harm other people. That doesn't necessarily make that true, because us as a society will say that harming someone intentionally, innocence, will be untruthful to do.
Okay.
Right? So,
and how does that affect you personally? So talking about it is not going to change it. That I know for sure.
No, I'm saying people that actually put actions in to harming ones because they believe that's their truth.
Okay, and what are you doing about it? Oh, that's what I'm saying. So you're telling me that this thing is happening. What are you doing?
I'm not saying it's happening. I'm saying it's hard for me to understand where you're coming from when it comes from something being true that actually happened in life, than something that's taken out of context, if I may say.
It doesn't matter. Like,
it doesn't. Spider-Man, right? You spoke with Spider-Man. You said, who's to say Spider-Man never actually existed?
Right? No, that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. I said, because in Spider-Man, we know Barack Obama exists, right? And Barack Obama is mentioned in Spider-Man. Does that make Spider-Man real now? I was correlating it to the Bible. Pontius Pilate was a real person. That doesn't make Jesus real. Just like Barack Obama is a real person. That doesn't make Peter Parker real.
That's what I was trying to figure out, because we know for a fact where Spider-Man come from, and Spider-Man isn't mentioned in any historical documents when it comes to, like, like we have people who study history, they have all these documents that's thousands of years old, and they test it and see if it's legit or not, anything like that. Like, Spider-Man is never mentioned. And that, I mean, I'm pretty sure Barack Obama will be, like, 70, 80 years from now, or 100 years from now. I'm sure Barack Obama's name will be posted in a historical document, and then there will be history talk about him and what he did and the person that he was.
But who's determining that's something that's a historical document? Because I could say the same thing about Buddha, Krishna, Dionysus, Zeus, but you're not
a real person.
You're not accepting. You're not. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
So why aren't you following Buddhists? Why aren't you following Buddha? Why aren't you following the Hindu gods, Shiva, or Ra?
Do you know the reason why I follow Jesus? Like,
why?
The main reason.
Why?
Well, from and what I believe that Jesus defeated death, that he died on the cross and came back.
That's the thing
days.
you don't have proof of. That's a belief. That's just something that you're accepting, but there's no proof of that.
That's why I asked you, do you know why I believe in Jesus? Like, do you know why?
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I asked that.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why.
Yeah, but you're saying it as it's a definite thing that can be proven when it's not. It's not a definite thing that can be proven. That's just something you're accepting as true. So when you're asking me how do we determine what's true, you're not using actual factual archaeological evidence to back up what your belief. You're just basing it on faith. You're choosing to accept it as a real thing when we have no evidence of his existence.
Jesus has been a real person, wasn't only mentioned in the Bible. It was mentioned in his name was mentioned in other cultures who didn't even believe in the Bible or who didn't even follow
Muslims who came after Jesus. Like that's not a good.
I'm not even talking about Muslims. If that's the only people you can think of that brought up Jesus' name, it means that you need to do more research.
I'm asking you a question.
On how I said no.
Talking about?
I said no. I'm not talking about Muslims.
Well, that's not an answer to what I was asking. I'm asking you which cultures brought up Jesus that also believe in him other than Christianity.
No, I said people who do not believe in Jesus or do not follow Judaism has historical documents that he was a real person.
No, that's what I'm trying to ask you is who? That's what I'm trying to ask you.
You can look at certain Roman documents that we know, right, that Rome was a real culture at the time, right? Oh, you guys deny that Rome actually existed.
No, Rome existed. But what we're gonna say is this. Let me tell you. Let me explain. First of all, we don't have any contemporaries of Jesus ever writing about him. Meaning, and no one who lived while he was living ever wrote about him at all.
It's not true.
That is true.
But you have your own beliefs, so you would say it isn't true.
Oh, you can look it up.
I can bring up. I can bring up certain Roman philosophers and certain like gospels, and you would say, "Oh, well, that isn't true. They were wrote 70 years or 60 years after."
Which
Jesus.
Roman philosophers?
Which Roman philosophers?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a moment. It takes a quick, like it just takes. It's really quick to learn knowledge. So give me a moment.
Okay, tell me about knowledge. Okay. Not to mention, and I'm going to say this while he's off the app, so don't interrupt me.
Well, like how's he checking you and he don't even know?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what are we saying?
I know. I just don't know how to pronounce
No, you don't.
Names. So that's a difference. You know what I'm saying?
You don't know. That's exactly the
I do know. That's
knowing.
why I'm up here.
Just spell it. Just spell it. Just spell it. Just spell it.
Like it's somebody called.
Do you know what a contemporary is, T-Boy?
What you saying?
Do you know what it means to be contemporary of someone?
What it means to be contemporary?
A contemporary, like if someone is a contemporary.
Yes, but I'm talking about people who have wrote about historical figures.
I'm trying to ask you a question.
People who have written about George Washington as being the first president.
We know that George Washington was real. His descendants are still here.
You don't know that.
Yes, we do. We have DNA evidence. What are you talking about?
Cool. So how do you know that?
Because he owned slaves. He had his own family. He had several descendants. What are you talking about?
Hearing stories about him. How do you know he actually existed? It's my question.
We know what he looked like. We have his teeth.
Oh my God.
DNA.
So they got pictures of George Washington? They got pictures of him?
Is this a real question? Are you asking me a real question right now?
No, I'm asking you I want you to think. Do they have pictures of George Washington, yes or no? Yes or no?
Of course not.
Okay, so do they have
so wait a minute. Picture evidence is the only way that we can determine whether someone was real.
No, I'm just trying to understand your mind state.
No, I'm trying to understand your mindset because why do we need a picture to understand whether or not someone existed or not? Is that the litmus test here?
Okay, so you don't have a picture of Jesus. So how do you know he didn't exist?
Because we don't have any proof that he existed. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So what's the proof that George Washington existed?
I just told you.
You said he owned slaves.
Let me say it really calmly.
Let
me say it really calmly so you can hear what I'm saying.
What's your proof?
We have George Washington's descendants, right? We know he owned slaves, right?
So who's a descendant of George Washington?
What do you mean who? I don't know their names.
Exactly. So what are you saying?
That doesn't mean they're not real.
I'm a descendant of George Washington. He's real.
No, you're not.
Exactly. Like, what are you saying? What's your proof?
We have extremely detailed records of people who lived.
Skeptical mind. Let me have about Jesus Christ. You need to have about everybody.
Let me explain to you. Let me use the litmus test that I'm going to use against Jesus right now.
So
We
you
have
going to mute me because you don't like what I'm
contemporaries.
saying, right?
We have
So can I tell you this
people.
one?
We have people
No, you will not shut
who
my voice down.
existed at the time of George Washington.
You will not. I'm talking right now. Can you just give me?
Who proved that he was a real person?
Can you please give me one moment?
No, we have proof.
So I can't have a moment to say.
Are you gonna keep cutting me off or
yes,
what?
if you give me a moment to say what I gotta say, I'll be quiet. Give me a moment.
I'm trying to explain to you.
That's all I'm asking.
No, because what we talked. You asked a question.
You're gonna shut my voice down.
Give him the moment.
You're gonna shut my voice down because I'm making sense.
Make your dumbass point.
Now it's dumb. You see how I didn't disrespect her, guys? I did not.
I don't
want
care.
to
I'm about to
disrespect her
disrespect you
at
now
all.
because I'm trying to explain. You asked me the same question a million times. I already explained myself multiple times.
This is all I gotta say. I want you to keep that same skepticism that you have about Jesus Christ, to George Washington, to every historical
It's not the same level of proof. We know that George Washington existed. His descendants are still here on this earth.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
You know there are presidents who are dead and gone, who have children who are still alive today.
Never existed, but you do not have that same confidence in saying that George Washington never existed.
Because we don't have
somebody
proof.
you never met.
We don't
you
have
don't even
proof.
know the descendants of George Washington. What are you saying?
I'm trying to explain
you don't know
what I'm talking about.
All you can say is that
George
he owned slaves.
George Washington has pictures. He has pictures all everywhere.
All he did was
They're
own
not pictures.
slaves.
They're
That's it.
paintings. They're not pictures. They're
Like,
paintings.
come on, bro. Let's be real. Let's keep that same judgment. Let's match it.
We're not even talking about the same thing anymore.
If you're gonna be that type of conspirator, make sure you are that with everything.
I can give you proof.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Hold on, Latoxic. I do have that saying. Yes. I don't. If I didn't personally experience it, it's all theory. Damn Skippy. If I didn't personally experience it, it's all theory to me.
So did he exist or not?
I have no idea. I wasn't there.
Exactly. But your girl just said he did.
That's not. But that she gets to have her own mind. We don't have to agree. But I'm gonna tell you, just like I don't care about the story of George Washington, I don't care about the story of Jesus Christ. It's the same. They're in the same bucket. They're in the same bucket. Excuse me?
Do you care about the story of slavery?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
Do you think it existed?
I really don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay. So what you're saying is you only know I'm not sure.
The only thing that matters to me is my now. That's the only thing that matters. What I'm going through, what's happening right now. What somebody did 300, 400, 250, 150 years ago, I don't know how that has an effect on my life. I truly don't know how. Because it's the thing. It's interesting that you all only want to talk about the southern parts of this nation. You know every black person was not enslaved. Do you know that? Every black person on this landmass was not enslaved during the time of slavery. Do you know that? Or do you only think all black people that was on this landmass during those times, everybody was a slave?
My ancestor wasn't a slave. I'm Cherokee.
So
I was born here.
Do you consider Cherokee to be black though? Do you consider Cherokee do you consider Cherokee to be black? Black people didn't come from Africa either. I didn't come from Africa either. I was born in the United States of America.
Also, you know that a lot of Indians were slaves.
So where did white people come from there?
And almost every black person has Cherokee, and I have Cherokee in my family too. What does that mean? Everybody has Cherokee in their family. What does that mean? I actually have pictures. We actually have pictures of it. So, but what does that even mean? What does that even mean? Why are you talking about the lineage of black people? I thought we were talking about Jesus Christ. I thought we were talking about Jesus Christ. How are we getting to now slavery and George Washington? Are they your saviors? Are the slave masters your saviors? Like, how about we just stick to the original conversation and stop trying to go off topic?
It was a statement you made. It's a statement you made. You was like, you only care about what happened to you now. And then I asked you, well, do you care about slavery? And you said, no, I don't care about it because it didn't affect me. So I only care about what happens to me right now. That's what you said.
Okay, and
so I was only questioning that. That's all I was doing.
But that has nothing to do with Jesus.
Okay, so let's talk about Jesus. What proof do you guys have that he never existed at?
Let me give you a list.
So wait.
Oh wait, let me give you a list. No, I got a list. You want an answer? I got a list for you.
Wait, I'm trying to let me ask my question, please.
Okay, go for it.
Not even as as a savior or God or someone who's divine, just as a regular person like you and me, what proof do you have that he was never born on earth?
All right, let me start my list. So are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready for your list.
There are 0, count them, 0. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but none.
Am I talking to children right now? Or like, I want to talk to somebody that can actually tell me.
I'm telling you. What do you want me to do? There are no contemporaries of anyone writing about Jesus or Paul for that matter. None.
Oh my God. That's all you have, just your word.
You know
I gotta
what that
go by
means?
your
You
word.
know how important it is?
Trust me, bro. That's what I gotta go by. Trust me. What's your sources?
That's not a trust me. It's a documented
That
history.
doesn't trust me. You just saying, oh.
T-boy, you can.
Zero,
Here's the thing. You don't get to have it both ways. You can't ask a question and we all be quiet. Then when we're answering, you want to interrupt. Pick a side. Because if you want people to hear you out, then you need to hear other people out. You don't get to just keep talking because you don't like someone's response.
So that's why I asked the question, like, do you want an actual answer or not? Is this a rhetorical question? Because if you do actually want the answer, there are answers to be seen. There are answers out there.
Yeah, I think triple nine God wanted to ask him something. Triple nine God, did you come up to because you want to talk to him? But he's on teacup, so I don't know if he's on teacup.
No, you guys continue. I'll join later.
Oh, okay. Later. He dropped, so it's your turn.
Hey, I was saying, one I'm studying human behaviors, and there's that one thing people have, like when he starts interrupting you, like when he starts like talking above you, when you like it's your turn to speak, but then he comes in. That means he never listens, and he will not listen. He will be moving in a loop, even if you talk to him. If he does that behavior, if he does that thing, that means he will be moving in a loop. So even if you talk to them, I don't know how many times they won't listen. They'll still be in a loop. They'll still bring you around and all that. So you just have to tell them what you have to tell them, and that's all. At the end of the day, it's his job to like align to existence and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just easy for people to get off topic because they don't really have, quote unquote, an argument, an opinion, or whatever they're trying to present. So now they have to go outside of the Bible. Because when we just stick to the script, it's sink or swim. But they can't stick to the script. They always have to go outside of the script. And then when it starts telling about historians and church fathers and atheists and excuse me, because they really want you to be convinced, because if it's written down on a piece of paper, it can't be a lie. Like they really think because they said it in the 300s and 400s, why would they lie? Are you kidding me? So they didn't lie back in the the 4th and 5th centuries. Like that's what you're telling me. Like they didn't lie. They just everything that was written down on paper just was absolute truth.
That's one of the things, Toyia, about this early church fathers. There's one particular guy named Eusebius, I think, with a B, who admittedly wrote that he would lie to advance the history of the church, to advance like the reputation of the church. So it's not far-fetched to think that someone would, beef up whatever story or divinity or whatever of a person just to advance their own ends. That's not uncommon.
I mean, has humans changed really since the 3rd and 4th century?
Right.
Humans have always been lying. Like, what we doing? Like all of a sudden, the lying just started after Christianity started. Like, what are we doing? Like,
Isn't
lying.
that what Christians do? They literally do that. If God by you saying God wants you rich, isn't that how Christianity is formed? Christianity is formed and then people use it for money, just like that, like a church, right? But what about the believers? They just get manipulated. That's it. That's all they do. Look, I'm sorry for being the one, because I've been apparently seen as evil, but I've been trying to put out my point of view from what I see, which is Nothing. All the evidence that I've been given from religion was just the Bible. How can you prove that the Bible is real if it's translated by other humans? That's something you don't know. Like the fact that when people, I guess, just say that Jesus is Christ, I believe that Jesus is real, but here's my perspective on it. Since the fact that people, or there are a lot of people that believe in Jesus, it forms into its own spirit. And it's powerful. I can't lie, it is. But also, it's a form of evil in disguise. Because there's rituals. Why do you think the biggest religion of Christianity is literally Christianity? Okay, I said that wrong, but hopefully you guys get what I meant by that. Yeah, and I'm sorry to be that person who takes the spotlight and things like that. I just really wanted to talk about this. Yeah, I'm just here because I want to hear everyone else's point of view. Mm-hmm. See, maybe I could change my mind.
Oh, this is not a Christian life, so we ain't trained. We're not changing your life. Oh. We're not changing your mind to Christianity. I use the Bible, but the Bible's not a historical text for me. The Bible is a mind science. It's psychological truth. It's telling how to use your mind to create your reality. And yes, Christians use it to manipulate their congregants. They definitely use it to pull the wool over their eyes, to get that money up out of them.
Huh, I never saw it like that. I guess spiritually from I guess
it's all mind. It's all about the mind. That whole Bible from Genesis to Revelations. None of the people I say none of the people in that Bible ever existed in time and space. They're just characters in a story. To me, it's no different than the epic of Gilgamesh or Iliad or the Canterbury Tales, right? Like those stories are allegories, right? They're trying to tell you a story to reveal a deeper truth. Do they use actual people sometime in the story to make it seem more real? Yes, that's exactly what they're doing. But it's all allegory. It's all parables. It's all about the mind.
Wow, and I was apparently the evil one, bro. Like, what? Man, that's scary, but...
And they use it. They know, in the leaders of the churches know that it's psychological truth. That's why they use it. That's why they make sure you got to be in there every Sunday or 3 or 4 times a week, depending on certain churches, denominations. They have them in there. Most of their life is dedicated to the church. They got to make sure they continue to sell you this hope of an eternal life, right? And here's the thing, like I was saying yesterday, if the Church of Jesus Christ, regardless of whatever church you belong to, really cared about poor people, really cared about healing the world, really cared about saving the world, these churches have billions and billions of dollars. I don't care what denomination you belong to. They could all come together and not a soul on this plane will be homeless, naked, or starving. But they're not doing that. They're sitting comfortably on Easy Street, convincing their followers that God continually needs their money while they continue to store up their treasures on earth, and telling you got to store up your treasures in heaven, though. Because they understand that heaven is earth. They're not separate. But they're convincing them that heaven is some distant, far away place in the afterlife, while they themselves, the church leaders, church fathers, are all swimming in money. They living in palatial palaces.
The Pope.
Not just the Pope, not just Catholicism, all of those denominations. Lutherans, Latter-day Saints, Jehovah's Witnesses, Baptists, all of them at the top are living good off of those at the bottom. It's a hierarchy. It's a pyramid scheme. It's the first scam. Church is the first pyramid scheme to ever exist. Because the bottom supports the top. Without the bottom, the top falls down. But that bottom always going to support it. Because how are they supported? Through fear, manipulation, and control. If I can convince you that you will get your riches, you're just not going to get it now, and your whole life is based on a trial to see if you're even worthy of the afterlife to even get the mansion in the sky. Oh, I can control your whole life. Let me speak a little devil and a demon and a Satan on mine to the mix. Let me tell you that, God wants you to do it, but you're going to have to go through hell and handbasket in order to serve him, because you also got to contend with a devil and a demon and Satan on mine.
See, I feel like the fact that people believe in the devil is what's having evil attack them. So it's not real. If I'm just telling you,
I agree. There's no such thing as a devil. We're in agreement. It does not exist other than the mind of Christians and in Muslims.
I mean, like literally.
Literally. It only exists for them. They're the ones fighting demons, being possessed by demons, exorcising demons. That only happens in those Abrahamic faiths. I want to say Hindu too. I think Hindus also. I think all religions have some form of a demonic spirit.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, so all religions. It's just not true of the Abrahamic faith. It's all religions because all religions are about control and manipulation. So I wouldn't belong to any religion. Better free your mind so the rest can follow.
See, it's all about perspective, bro. Same.
We right there with you. We right there with you. But the Bible is a prosperity message. It is telling you how to get rich. It's just telling you don't got to go through no church to do it, though. You don't have to go through no shaman. You don't have to go through no guru, no coach, no life coach, no spiritual coach, no business coach, no pastor, no bishop, no pope. All you got to do is go through your own mind. It's telling you how to use your mind. Your mind is a wealth magnet. You just got to know how to use it.
Everyone has the same IQ, bro.
Everyone. I'm not saying, I'm not talking this isn't about human intelligence. This is about knowing the laws of mind. Everyone has intelligence. Anyone can make money. They just got to believe in themselves. And that's the one thing religion teaches against. Religion teaches you never to trust in yourself. Don't believe in your ideas. Don't trust your own thoughts. Don't you know they're demonic? How dare you lean onto your own understanding?
Some of them, only if you think of them as evil. I mean,
exactly. Exactly.
It's common sense. It's common sense, though.
Yep.
Really.
We think, but we know.
Yeah. I mean, I guess some people can see other people as evil, but that's their head, you know. But yeah.
But I know that only people if people have been programmed. So I don't even condemn those who are believing in religion because they don't know any other way. Many people were birthed into that situation. And so, but a lot of people are waking up. They're starting to see the forest for the trees. They're starting to stop, listening to what they say and starting to trust in themselves. So it's happening.
Sorry about the struggle. But also, can I ask about oh my gosh, I can't say it. Oh my gosh. Here, I'll just text it right here. Because I can't say it.
Okay.
Individually. Something like that.
Okay, individualization?
No, man. Like your own being. Why can't I say it, bro?
Individual.
Man.
Talk about individual. An individual?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, an individual.
I don't know why I'm stuttering like that. Huh.
Individuality?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, individuality. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What about it?
No, I just wanted to hear, I guess.
Oh, you just wanted me to talk about, right. So this life is,
I'm just thinking.
Yeah. Okay. So this life is an individual path. You are on your own path, your own journey. Now you will come across people either sharing that same perspective or not, but it's really not about what other people think. It's only about what you think. So when you learn to trust your own thoughts and move by your own guidance, you heard of intuition, right? Like you just know something, but you don't know why you know it, and you trust it, and you move with it, you act upon it.
Those are micro thoughts.
Oh, that's what you call those micro thoughts? Okay.
Micro thoughts, yeah. Micro thoughts that you don't fully think out, but it's like a sense of feeling.
Yeah. Of knowing. I would say knowing or conviction, but yes, you could say feeling too.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, life was not meant to be conformed. Even though that's what the world would tell you must conform. But you see, those who conform are just like sheep, right? They're really not thinking for themselves.
What do you mean by that?
They do what everyone else is doing. So if the world says, right, a bunch of followers, exactly. Usually if the world is doing it, you should probably be doing the opposite. If the world is saying it's good, it's probably not.
It's horrible.
It's the opposite, it's true.
Yeah. Well, I guess that was all, low key.
No problem.
I'm just here to listen.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Cool. Go ahead, Triple.
Hello. Yeah, you're right with that. But then there's also another. Okay, it's not another way. It's the same way. It's a little bit the same way. But when you you have to judge everything. You have to judge everything, and you have to judge it based on right and wrong. You have to go with the right thing to do. People always ask, well, how do I know the right thing to do? I don't know how to answer that very well, but then it is always, when you use common sense and logics, you can just tell that killing someone is not good. And some other things, the right thing is just, it is very basic, simplicity. The right thing, I don't know, the right thing is very basic, it's very simple. It's always that. So when you follow the right thing, you align with nature, you are aligned with almost everything that you need to align to, and you will grow. You will get your lessons. You will grow in life. You elevate. You vibrate other people. How is it called in simple English? It's called. I forgot now it's called. But then you vibrate when you do the right thing. You always find your path. You always grow when you do the right thing. Sometimes the right thing might look selfish. Sometimes the right thing might look selfless. It might look. It has very many looks. But when you look at it, when you judge it from right and wrong.
But what's considered right and wrong? But see, you have to say the measurement of right or wrong. What's the measurement? What are we measuring right or wrong against? What is the barometer?
Perspective.
Right? So this is what I say the measurement of right or wrong is against. Does it hurt another person? Are you doing harm to another person with your choice? Yeah. Because you don't need to manipulate or take advantage, coerce, control another being in order to get the things you want.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to judge. You have to question yourself. That's what I said somewhere. I said it somewhere. You have to question yourself, and you have to judge from right and wrong. You have to. Yes, what you're trying to explain it deeper, and it's good. So you should explain it deeper. Yeah, I think that's it for now.
The energy here is crazy.
Because at the end of the day, you are the only one that determines what's right or wrong.
Hey, by the way, I'm not talking about an offense to you, 999. I was just saying.
It's okay. It's very okay. I didn't even hear what you said. It's very okay.
I was just yapping.
Yeah, life is really simple if you allow it to be. If you can loose the reins of trying to control and manipulate others to get what you want. But that is a way. The world loves to control and manipulate.
That's wrong, dude. That has to be wrong. No, seriously.
Yeah. That's not my way. That's not the road I travel. I seek to do no harm. That's how I live my life. I understand I don't have to go outside of self to get something. I just have to go on within. I just have to go in my own mind and decide what I want and then let it be. But that's a learned thing. That's something you have to practice. That's something you have to practice because you have to learn to trust your own thoughts.
Not all, though. Not all.
No. Here's the thing. I trust all my thoughts because all my thoughts are mine. And like I said, if I'm leading with doing no harm, here's the thing, a thought's not going to enter my mind to hurt someone. Like what? That's not going to be my initial thought. Because if it's not in you, it ain't coming up out of you. right?
Yeah.
If you're deciding to lead with love, you're going to lead with love because that's a choice. You have to choose it every time. And especially when you know that no one's ever doing anything to you, they're doing it because of you.
Okay. Yeah.
See, this is all about understanding that the world is not against you, it supports you, regardless if you call it good, bad, or ugly. The world is a mirror and it's giving you back to you what you give to it. You are projecting onto your screen of space that we call reality, the third dimension. So not only are you projecting, it's reflecting. So whatever you project outward is reflected back to you. It's a mirror. So it's going to tell you exactly what you're thinking. And the people that you experience and the ideas that come in your mind, in your situations, your circumstances, whether it's relationships, finances, your self-concept, how you identify what you think of yourself, your world is going to show you. It never lies. It's going to tell you this is exactly what you believe. Here's the thing, though. When you're looking to change what's on the inside, sometimes the third dimension beats a little slow. Sometimes it's a little slow to catch up to your new thinking. So this is where patience, which is perseverance, is necessary. You don't go by what you see outward, you go by what you see inward. And if what you see doesn't match what's going in here, then you ignore what's going on out there. You don't judge it, you don't complain, you just turn it around. This is self-mastery of the mind. This is about mind science. The Bible's a mind science. It's a mind science book. It's about self-mastery of your thoughts. Because when you recognize that your thoughts are the creator in your life, you're going to pay more attention to the thoughts that you think. And you can prove it to yourself. This isn't theory. We're not preaching theory over here. We're not talking theory. We're talking about actual, factual experiences that when you change your mind a certain way, your world has to catch up to your thoughts. And it does. It's always going to reflect back to you your beliefs. Always. And a belief is just a thought you keep on thinking. So if you want different beliefs, you got to think different thoughts. You can't talk about how hard life is. It's difficult. I don't know where money's going to come from. If this government is just such a lie. You know, you complain about everything on the outside. The only way things on the outside gets changed is when your thoughts get changed. So you have to stop looking out there and start thinking in here. What do I want? What do I want? And you come to realize most people don't know what they want. Most people don't know what they want. They can tell you everything they don't want, which is a start. That's good. Because when you know what you don't want, you get clarity about what you do want. So some people do have to start there. I don't want to be poor. I don't want to be sick. I'm tired of struggling. I'm tired of being alone. I don't want to be single. Okay, flip that around. What's the opposite of those things? I want wealth. I want success. I want a loving relationship. I want health in my body. So when you talk about what you don't want, flip it around and talk about what you do want. Because what you're saying you don't want, the opposite is true. That it means you want the very opposite of the thing you're talking about. And you give your attention to it. And here's the thing. This is the magic of your mind. It starts to filter out everything that is not like the thing you're saying. So when you start saying, yes, I'm successful, I have an awesome business, whatever that business is, it's awesome. I'm getting new clients. You know, people love my service. It's spreading like wildfire. People are telling people about me and the thing is just flourishing. And then you let it happen. And it does. Your mind will start filtering ideas that you're going to come aware of. And people are going to show up. Opportunities are going to seem like they're coming out of nowhere. And it's all because you made a decision to be successful. And you maintained that state. You didn't backtrack. You didn't let circumstances deter you. You didn't let quote unquote adversity or things that seemed like it was difficult or things that you thought were coming to challenge you. Nope, you be still. You maintain the focus. You don't let circumstances dictate. You look past the circumstances and you look to your desire, and your desire is success. And that's all you're going to focus on. You're not going to get distracted by the circumstances and the situations of life. You're only going to maintain. This is practice, though. That's where the disciplined mind must. That's what I'm talking about, mastering the mind, because you gotta stay focused on your end goal, and your end goal is what? Success, or your end goal is a relationship, or your end goal is health. Whatever your end goal is, no matter how big or how small, just maintain focus on that, and it will happen. That's the law. That's the law of mind. We have Kevin on the scene. Hello, Kevin. Welcome. Yes, yep.
Welcome.
Proverbs. As a man thinks in his heart is his mind. Heart in scripture is mind. So is he. What you think about, you bring about. Go ahead.
You can only bring about what you think about. You can only bring about what you think about. Because the law of mind, the mind is neutral. The mind, if you really think about it, the mind don't care. It only does what it's told to do.
Your body.
So
That's what.
you get to tell your mind what to do. And it will believe whatever you tell it.
Even if it's a lie, believe.
I disregard that.
Because a lie is just a story you tell. So y'all need to loosen up on the lies. Because nobody care if you lying but you. And if you don't care that you lying, nobody else will too. A lie is just a story you tell. So is the truth. A truth is a story you tell too. So is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Just telling the
And your brain
story.
takes up some parts of the lie.
So
What did Michael Jackson say? Because mama always told me, be careful who you love. Be careful what you do. Because the lie becomes the truth. Hey. Because the lie becomes the truth. You tell it enough. That's what an assumption is. An assumption, though false, if persisted in, becomes the fact, becomes the truth. Keep telling the lie, because the lie is you're not successful. You don't have enough money. You're not making enough. You don't have the clients. You don't have a 6-figure, 7-figure business, but you keep telling yourself that you do. You keep telling yourself, oh yes, my business is making 6 figures. My business is making 7 figures. Oh yes, it is. I don't care what circumstances say. My business is making this amount. That's a lie. That is a lie. You're telling a story that is not true in the moment. But you keep persisting in that reality, it becomes your truth. Because everybody has to start somewhere. Go ahead, Kevin.
Call those things that are not as though they were.
Y'all too busy to worry about lies. You better learn how to tell a good lie. Ones that you're convinced of.
If you convince you are broke, your mind will find ways to justify it. If you are convinced you are wealthy, your mind will find ways to confirm and justify that. I heard somebody say your mind is stupid. You know, you talk about how intelligent we are. Your mind does exactly what you tell it to. And don't judge you for it. If you want to be homeless, the mind says, let's go. Let's get it. If you want to live in a mansion, your mind said, let's get it. Let's go. It's all about mastering your mind. Now, here's the part that may make you take a couple steps back. Who controls the mind? Who's the one controlling your mind? Why is it everybody or so many people, so many entities are interested in getting the ability to control your mind? What's the big deal about controlling someone else's mind? What's the big deal about that? Why is that so important? You ever thought about that? Speaking of thinking, You ever thought about why somebody wants to be able to control your mind? Whether it's manipulation or whether it's influence, whatever. Why is it so important to get your attention to a particular thing? And who controls that? God does. Okay, well, who's God? You. You are God. Psalms, 82:6. You, God. That's why people try to convince you, or others try to convince you differently, influence you differently. I personally think that you're the one doing that to yourself. It's part of the program of coming here and forgetting who you really are. And you built in the program certain systems to keep you from knowing who you really are. Certain safeguards to keep you ignorant of who you are. You put those things there. And the awakening is the ability to see those things that you put there. That's when you awoke. When you can see, as Toyia said earlier in this broadcast, you put that there. You are the one experiencing you. And now you're remembering, or some are, the ones that don't want to argue about it, are remembering who they are, who they really are. So, and just because you don't believe that, don't make it so. It just makes it so for you. It just makes it so for you. Because whatever you think you are a being whatever you decide you want to be. We say human being, but you are a being. Matter of fact, you're the only being. You're the being with the capital THE being. You're it. So I don't care how many ways you slice it, you're it.
So when you're saying like everyone is God, wouldn't everyone just technically be their own spirit? I mean, individuality, you know? You're your own spirit, right? I mean, some people believe that we are all the same, I guess.
You want me to answer, or you give me a rhetorical question?
I know, I'm just saying. But, yeah.
Because we're all a part of the one. But if I take a drop of water out of the ocean, does that mean that drop of water is no longer part of the ocean? No. It's still part of the ocean. You are a part of the whole. And the whole is a part of you. As you stated, you are individualized, part of the whole. There is no separation. There is no duality. There's just one. And you are that one. Matter of fact, you're so powerful, you can make it seem like there's two when there's really just one. You can say, hey, I'm going to experience myself separate from myself. Now, how does that make sense? You ever tried to play hide and go seek from yourself? Because where you are, there you are. All is your mind. All of it. All of it. That's what quantum physics proves beyond a shadow of a doubt. If you're not familiar with quantum physics, I encourage you, urge you to look into it. Because you're just going to find you standing there. All of this that we're in is a simulation. It's real because your mind makes it real. Wherever you are, it's like if you have a car and the car is parked in the garage and you can't really see it with your eyes, does that car still be in the garage? The double slit experiment says it doesn't collapse into reality until you look at it. Which means it's when you're not focused on it, when you're not giving your energy to it, it doesn't collapse into reality. It no longer exists. And you can't prove it because you can't see it. I know there's some people's minds that can't wrap their head around that yet, but that's okay.
Can you explain
That's
the
what they
third
say
eye?
about if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound?
You don't know. You're not there.
Exactly. If no one's around to perceive it, does it exist?
No. You cannot prove that it does. That's what the double slit experiment was all about. Two particles that only react when they're being observed. And this is how everything in our three-dimensional reality works. Whatever we focus our attention on, that's what collapses into our reality. That's why I asked you, that what you give your attention to, you bring into reality. Well, who's the one giving their attention? It certainly ain't your natural eyes. Because you can close your eyes and I can say, imagine an apple. And you can close your eyes and see the apple. And I ask you to describe it to me. Is it a green apple? Is it on a table? Is it in a bowl? Is it sliced? Is it red? You can describe the apple to me with pinpoint accuracy, even though you can't see that apple with your two eyes. And however way you describe the apple, you're correct. Because that's the way you see it in your mind. Am I going to argue if you tell me it's a red apple? Am I going to argue with you and say, no, the apple's green? You said, Kevin, I'm looking right at the apple. I said, well, that apple's green. I'm looking at the apple too. And the apple's green. That's what you sound like when you're arguing about religion. To me, that's what you sound like. Arguing about what's in somebody else's mind. Or arguing about what's in my mind. You sound ridiculous. I didn't know if I meant to say all of that, but...
That was good, Kevin.
It was good. Preach.
Nothing wrong with minding the business that pays you. Your attention. I guess my plane has been landed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yep. That's what me and Cheryl was talking about earlier. Cheryl, we were talking about earlier, and she was talking about the different, aliens and all these different thought forms or whatever.
Yeah,
they only exist in the
conversation.
mind, right? They only
It's the
exist in
mind.
the mind of that who's having the experience. Because I ain't had the
Exactly.
experience. I don't know about no aliens and no,
Right.
all that.
Why would you?
So I can confirm, nor deny. Because for me, they don't exist because I haven't personally experienced it. That's why I don't get into history and all of that when people want to.
Right.
What about you? I don't know. I wasn't there with George. What's his name? George Washington? I don't know. Was he white? I don't know. I wasn't there. We know they whitewash history and stuff. We don't know. I have absolutely no idea.
And why does it matter?
Exactly. Because I can't validate nothing they say, because I don't accept just because it's written down on paper that makes it true. I thought the Bible was true because it was written in a book. I thought those characters existed. Then I was like, oh damn. Really? These stories they're very similar to other stories, but for whatever reason you want to attribute it to this person and say all of what it was said about him was true, but his story is not unlike other deities that we accept as myths. We're saying, oh no, that's a myth. No, those things didn't really. It's bad. Hello? Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me? Well, I'm going to go ahead and go ahead and get out of here then, since y'all can't hear me.